of high quality. Sound good? And then we'll have a location to visit as adventurers. To start a fortress of, like, champions, basically. I haven't even looked at my faction options yet. Will be El Dorado in the ice? I mean, I would need to make a city of gold. How about Chill Dorado? Because it's very chilly, you know? And catch a whale, but I'm not in an ocean, I'm in a glacier, so I would need to be on the ocean to catch a whale, because wouldn't be salt water. So that's where I settled, right there, on those two little bumps. Now, let's zoom out, see what our options are. We've got the Armored Crafts, which is north of our embark. Unless you guys want me to check legends and read about the factions. We've got the Trustful Clasp, the Tomb of Fate. Wah, wah, wah. We've got the Town of Sacrifice. I wouldn't want to move there. The Knowing Theater, the Helpful Blockade, very far away, and the Fiery Mine. I think that's my favorite name. They seem to all be Dwarven factions. They're all pretty well appointed. Nobody's like apocalyptic. The Fiery Mine, I think, is the furthest away. Yeah. So, no, scratch that. It's the Helpful Blockade. So basically, maybe not these guys. Those are also too far. So basically, it could be the Armored Crafts, the Trustful Clasp, or the Town of Sacrifice. I like that Armored Clasps. Got 5,000 population. They're accessible. Actually, a lot of their forts are inside of this protected valley. Although it looks like this is accessible through here. Maybe not, actually. But there is accessible mountain homes up here, so that's... Maybe not, actually. I'm worried I might not be able to get migrants. That would be a dope embark. Another day for another time, though. The Knowing Theater is actually probably the more viable option. Because we don't have to be worried about them not being able to get there. The Helpful Blockade is where the Goblin Siege repels the Elven Ambush. No, isn't that the unintended Helpful Blockade? I like the Knowing Theater. So do you guys want to look at Legends, or do you just want to dive in? Yeah, I'm on the beta branch. I've only been playing on the beta branch since April. So the plan, for anybody who's just tuned in, is I'm going to build a low population fort. I don't know what the... I'm not entirely sure what the... exact population number is going to be yet. I haven't set that. I'm probably going to disable cavern invaders, though. And we're settling in the middle of this freezing glacier, which hopefully doesn't melt. That would be awkward. Very close to Ren Knights, which is actually a godly location right there. And I'm building basically a fortress for adventurers with the goal of making armor for them. So essentially, I'm building a place where I can collect armor for animal people adventurers, as well as weapons of high quality. And we'll be putting them on the little pedestals. And keeping the population low so we don't have to deal with huge threats. Maybe smaller threats, that'll be fun, but nothing crazy. With the hope and goal, I'm just looking for dungeons. Okay, there's one. with the hope and goal of being able to make stuff for adventurers so that I can then go on some adventures, surprise, and steal some items from the godly locations. And then build a fortress of, quote, heroes that have that armor equipped and those weapons equipped. That's my hope and goal. Yeah, there's plenty of dungeons around that would have fancy weapons in them. So that's my plan for this fortress, because we don't know exactly when adventure mode's out, but guys, it's going to be out soon. Like, nobody's kidding around when we say that, like, adventure mode out soon. So because adventure mode out soon, this is hopefully my final preparation for adventure mode. It's down here. So we're just going to do default size. I'm going to put both these peaks in the middle. This whole area is iron, gold, silver, copper. There's no aquifer, so that kind of sucks. I kind of wish there was an aquifer, but there isn't. So let's go. Let's actually go like right there. And prepare for the journey carefully. So, as I said, the plan for this fort is to kind of be a holiday theme. I'm going to build a public tavern. We're going to have a bunch of forges. I'm going to be focusing on armor smithing. So we're probably going to start off with no public buildings and just a armor smith's guild. Maybe start off with one dwarf with a bunch of armor smithing skill, and then some cooks and other things. Food is going to be a bit of a challenge, because at least initially, because of where we are. I'm going to have to bring some wood with. And I'm also going to... We have iron. We have gold. We have zinc. I think we had... I'd have to jump back a minute in the VOD to look, but I think... we do not have flux. So we're going to have to import flux. We're going to have to import flux. I looked down at my view count. We have pi viewers here on Twitch. Hell yeah. 314. No beds for a while? Nah, we'll bring beds. Well, I'll bring wood. So let's just go to items first. Bloodthorn logs. Let's just bring 30 of those. Could bring marble. So that I can make pig iron. Let's do 60. I'm receiving text messages from multiple peoples. My aunt is texting me, and my dad is texting me. Called Stone Scone? Is scone a word? And if animals appear, farming or hunting is also viable, or would be viable. Something that bothers me is by default, you start off with quivers, but no crossbows or bolts. It's always baffled me a little bit. It's like, really? Like, crossbows, no bolts? Okay, fine. Let's just bring 1 copper battle axe. Let's bring 3 picks. What else should we bring, chat? What do you think? Does it need to be inside the inn, or will dwarves take it there to party? Dwarves will take alcohol to the nearest dining zone or meeting zone or place with a table to drink. They just get different happy thoughts. No, I know it's a word, but is it a word in the Dwarven language? I know scone is a word in real life, but that's not the question. Sorry, it was kind of a open-ended weird, because like, if I go to fortress name, it's not a Dwarven word. Dwarves don't know what scone is. They do know what bread is.
Howdy, blind.
Which is funny because I can't make bread.
Well.
Big Bang.
Busy as of late, sad face.
You've been crazy busy as of late? Yeah, me too. Me too. One of each, strange mood, material type. Nah, I'm more you don't get strange moods until you have 20 dwarves. And I'm not even remotely worried about that. Not even remotely worried. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to clear out 2 of these quivers. Let's bring a copper crossbow. I'm going to click this button a couple times. Let's bring 50 copper bolts. Just had a strange mood at like 17-ish dwarves. Sounds like somebody's stuck off the map and hasn't embarked in yet. But that or you've changed some setting without knowing. But generally you don't get them for the first year. And also they only request 1 to 2 because the value of the artifacts are based on the value of your fortress. So if you have a very small, tiny fortress with very low value and low created value, you get very low value artifacts. It's because I'm from Canada? Well, technically Dwarf Fortress is now a British product because Tarn moved to the UK. So. I mean, Zach's still from the US of A, but let's bring more rum because it's winter and it's cold. I'll need some extra drinks. I'm not too worried about food. I'm more worried about my livestock. Bring some extra clown loaches. Do I want to bring any animals? Should I bring any animals, chat? I don't have many points, but I can bring some small ones. I'm going to go take a real quick toilet break because I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I need a pee break. I'll be back in a minute. You guys figure out what we bring.
Cheese for everyone!
Can I bring some kind of birds? Not really. Well, I mean, like, I could bring turkeys. Turkeys would be fitting. I think out of all the burbs, I think turkeys would be the most fitting affordable option. I could do reindeer, but the problem with reindeer is, 1, I don't have the points from. And 2, they'll starve very quickly. So I'm thinking, let's stay away from grazers. Let's bring 2 Turks. 5 more Turks. Bunnies are cheap, apparently. Could make a bunny and immediately butcher it and get its skull and put its skull on a pedestal and use it to ward off unwanted guests. Got 2 points left. Or 20 graze it. Polar bear? I mean, I'll have to catch the polar bears. I think I'm going to save on points and get rid of these crutches. And just bring 6 more logs instead, because they're half the price. That gives me another 44 points to spend on livestock. I could bring pigs. Could also bring dogs.
Cheese for everyone!
Think of the luck it could bring to my fort. Think about the bad luck it could bring to my fort. I got dog and doggo, is what we got. I now have an additional 12 points. So I could bring a hen and a rooster. That's not bad. Cats better than dogs. I don't want to have dead... I realize that this is like not a common take about Dwarf Fort. I don't like cats in Dwarf Fort at all. Because I don't want to have to be cleaning up 10 trillion dead fluffy wamblers. Like, genuinely. And dead fairies. Like, the amount of refuse they cause for no fucking reason drives me insane. It's like, well... No, it's very much so. Alright. Sorry, these dead memes are making my hair go grayer than it already is, Big My Dear. You love watching them devastate the local fauna. Oh no. Does it mess with your food to a point where you actually need them though, Mind? Because having done hundreds of forts with no food, I've never once, like, had a problem with food. Doesn't matter the biome. Does not matter how busy the biome is, how much stuff is crawling around. I've never, unless I'm like intentionally limiting myself in some silly way. Is an immortal meme? That's factually incorrect. It could be a joke that you like to continue to tell, but it's very far from an immortal meme. Right, well, I need a good fort name, but I also need skills for dwarves. This dwarf looks like an armor smith, so you're going to be our armor smith. I'm going to put as many points into armor smithing as I can. You're a proficient armorer. Your secondary skill... I'll give you butcher. And gem cutter. And gem setter. Negotiator? I mean, sure, why not? Chad always likes to yell about the quote-unquote useless skills. How about we have a leader? Ustuth, she can be our competent leader, who's also a chemist for some reason, and took dance classes once, and is an appraiser. Skilled appraiser. Let's also take a negotiator, persuader, intimidator, judge of intent. That'll be our barkeeper and doc. Let's also bring a doctor with us who doubles in mining. Maybe also has taken some weaponsmithing classes. I think a planter und brewer. And a mason in your part-time. You know what's really funny? I don't know why this happens, P-Alex, but if you have animals that can fly, they basically don't fly anymore once they're trained. They tend to just kind of walk around with the dwarves, pretending to be dwarves, and then only use their wings to jump up or down a level. But they don't really, like... I'll tell you this. Don't bother. If you're hoping to get flying animals to, like, steal stuff, they don't steal stuff once they're trained. And they don't really fly much once they're trained. Basically, like, the way animals work is it's one of the many underdeveloped mechanics in Dwarf that isn't really worth interacting with much unless you're just trying to get basic war animals or livestock. Fucking Kias. I mean, don't settle somewhere with Kias. What do I do with the last two? I think minor, pants on fire. Let's give you some furnace operator, some blacksmith. Let's give you some armor smith and some blacksmith. Are you telling me that forge isn't a word? Might be a front compound, possibly. Could call it like frost armor. Yeah, it doesn't look like forge is a word. Fork is. Yeah, it's not. Anvil isn't a bad one. I kind of wanted to call it like Winter Forge, Winter Anvil, Winter Furnace maybe? Winter Flame? Winter Fire? Winter Bolt? Wintersmith ain't bad. Wintersmith ain't bad. I don't know. When it's done, Pedro? I mean, it can't take that much long. I know that Tarn's taking a brief holiday vacation, which is fair. They said they wouldn't get it done in December, and the Future of the Fortress, which I need to finish that video for, which hopefully I'll get out by tomorrow, states pretty clearly that they're almost done, and they just have some more tutorials and God dialogue to put in, which is dialogue, pop-ups, and boxes. So, soon? I don't know. I don't like making predictions on things that I have no information about. I do like Wintersmith. Let's run with Wintersmith for right now, just as like a working title, and let's do the group name. Because I can call it... Jolly isn't a word. The Chapel of Conflict Battle Church. The Chapel of Winter. Frost. We could be like the Ice Castle in that one James Bond movie. How about the... Oh, really? I can't call it the tavern? The Brew of Frost. Yeah, you can name forts Iron Maiden. I have done that before. Winterhearth. Ooh. I think Winterhearth should just be the name of my tavern, but Winterhearth's not a bad name. How about Winterhearth? Because that covers 2 bounds right there for the name of the fort. It covers winter and also furnace, forging things. Winterhearth. It's got a nice, cozy kind of sound to it. YouTube chat says send it. Twitch chat, send it. What do we think? I just need to do a symbol real quick. So let's say a dwarf. Hold on, I gotta open up an image here. It's going to be an image of a dwarf, a barn owl man, a beetle man, a elf, a goblin, a grasshopper man. Whoops. A human. It's the weirdest type, to be honest. A tame impala man. A jaguar man. A leopard man. Yeah, but then I still have to go through the whole list, and there's a big list. Lorikeet man. A monarch butterfly. Poison. It's like the beginning of a very long joke. Monitor lizard man. A slow man. And a vulture man. These are all of the faction-tied playable adventurers in this world. So, let's do a object. Let's just say longsword. Who's admiring the longsword? Everybody? How about this? And a blazing... No. No, that's not a... And a blazing sun. The blazing sun is admiring the sword. And they're all waiting patiently. A normal bee?
Don't forget our Lord and Savior, a normal bee.
How about this? And a bumblebee worker. The bumblebee worker is cooking the longsword. You happy now? And this can be called the Heart of Winter. Is you impaled, Radiant? You might want to get that out of you then. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Stealth CT? Thanks for the 15th month. This is an image of a dwarf, a barn owl man, a beetle man, an elf, a goblin, a grasshopper man, a human, an impala man, a jaguar man, a leopard man, a lorikeet man, and a monarch butterfly man, a monitor lizard man, and a snail man, as well as a vulture man, and a longsword, a blazing sun, and a bumblebee worker. The blazing sun is admiring the longsword. The bumblebee worker is cooking the longsword. Any questions? I certainly hope not. I think it's time to strike the earth, chat. Are you ready to strike the earth? You have an emote to post. Post it. We have a strike the earth emote. Guys, come on. Just dip. Here, let me show you. That. You found it. It's right. Okay, fine. Imbork. There ain't much moss to be pet here. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain home into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. Musrath Shad, or however you're supposed to say it. Musrath Tinthad? Stinthad? Marstinthad. There we go. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter will inevitably entomb you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the polar bears get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Akthur. Winterhearth. Slap the earth. Raise a mug to that. So as a reminder, the goal for this fort...
Hello, sir. Looking forward to this one.
Thank you, Cortimus. And thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. So the goal for this fort, before I really do anything here, I'm just going to go to difficulty. Excuse me. I'm going to go to Cavern Dweller Scale. Punk. Just knock them out. Just get rid of them. The second thing I'm going to go here and do is I'm going to go to game, and I'm going to go to population settings. What do we set the population cap to? Because I want this to be a low population fort, with the goal of building some main characters. You want to see me make an army of giant polar bears? Uh-huh. Okay, well, I said low population, so it's going to be less than 50. Was there really 3 things in the last few minutes? I guess so. Bablocky, thanks for the prime. A brand new prime. That's almost a hype train. Almost the second hype train of the day. Make a vote? That would require me making 2 polls. And I'm probably not going to listen to whatever you guys say. I'm just curious as to what you guys think is low population. So let's do strict population cap 50. Population cap 35. We can change it as we go. But this fort ain't going to go on super long. This is going to be like maybe 4 streams at most. Why am I expecting this to just melt suddenly? I always just kind of expect that and dread that. Map looks cold, not cool. Okay, so where are we? So as long as I'm above ground, I can make stuff out of ice. But if I make furniture out of ice, it'll thaw. I think. That or you just can't make furniture out of ice anymore. I think I can still build walls out of ice though, as long as I allow it. Orc Dork, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome
No
back.
ads, yeah.
Why did I lower those particular settings in the difficulty? I disabled the cavern dwellers because I don't like them. That's why. I don't think they're fun. Cavern dwellers just slow your frame rate down, and in my opinion, don't provide any meaningful storytelling. The problem that I have with cavern dwellers is they don't come from a particular faction, so they don't make legendary characters, really. And all they are is just an infinitely spawning pile of annoyance that makes me not want to go into the caverns as much. That's why I disabled them. The other thing I changed was the population. Also, that's a hype train. The Bob, 220. Thanks for the 12th month. Welcome back. God, and I've got dust on my glasses that I'm trying to get off. Okay, got it. And you get water from snow? Lava. Duh. All right, so we're going to need to do 2 things. 1, I want to get to know my expedition leader a little bit, because we're going to be taking this one slowly. Really? I was not expecting you to get expedition leader. Of course it's the competent musician, keyboardist, stringed instrumentalist, dancer, singer, wind instrumentalist, and percussionist. Obviously. Persuader, negotiator, intimidator, speaker, and judge of intent. Endok Stable Lashed is our expedition leader. Are you playing adventure mode? In regards to that question from Water from Snow? Right click, make a campfire, heat a container that's full of snow next to the water. And also, Chad, if you happen to have a Prime sub or bits on your account, now's an opportunity for you to make arbitrary number go up, make streamer pay bill, and get emotes potentially. How do you make beds with no trees? I brought wagon. I brought wood in my wagon. I've got 30 logs, or 36 logs, actually. And also, the caverns have plenty of trees. Just wait for them to grow, just like the surface. You resubbed 10 minutes ago? Did you? I didn't see it. You might be able to refresh. Yeah, because I didn't see like an actual notification go through. Tiny Hippo, if you refresh, you can get the notification and that'll count. Thanks for the 40 pennies, Stealth. Okay, so he does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. He is somewhat quarrelsome, generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is quick to anger, and he tends to be passive in discussions. What god do you worship? You're a member of the sect of taxes. Okay. Who that?
Anon cheered. X100.
Anon, thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. If I could try one drink from DF, what would it be? Probably Plump Helmet wine. So the sect of taxes is whomst. Wow, everybody's part of a different religion. The god of wealth. Okay, well, maybe it's more like tax collection. Shoutouts to the dwarf who's a member of the profane doctrine, who of course worships murder, death, fortresses. The god of death and murder, jeez. Storms, the rain, plants, and deformity. Well, you're not going to have much to worship here. So it's Istreth Jewelgilt. So to level up the hype train, chat, it needs one more subscription after that resub from Tiny Hippo.
We're so back.
There you are. One more resub or $3.60. But thank you very much for 2 hype trains in one stream. But I haven't had 2 hype trains in one stream in like over a week. So thanks. What else do we have? Oh yeah, it's a fun little selection of gods. Nothing crazy. And Muffin became a YouTube member. Martin, thanks for checking out a gift. Shinobi, thanks for the $1. That levels up the train, methinks. If I'm not mistaken. So what else about you? He likes pig iron and crystal opal, giant tortoise shell, gems, spheres, statues, and deer men for their grace. Beet plants for their edible roots. And when possible, prefers to consume basking shark, raspberry wine, and can't stand moon snails. Thanks for the $1, Silver Falcon.
Elfie Bean Cheese.
And Gronzi and Elfie.
100. Lunchtime hype.
That's such an oddly specific question. I refuse to answer it, Vixfees. Do some research on your own.
Grozny cheered. X100.
Did you say visitors are currently bugged? If you settle on an ocean, specifically. You don't get visitors to taverns if you're settled on an ocean because it's considered underwater? Which is kind of funny. Doesn't like moon snails, though. What else can I find out about you? For values, you dream of creating a great work of art. Personally, is disgusted by the idea of loyalty. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and does not care about friendship. I think I'm going to make you into my manager, expedition leader, and I already have a broker lined up. Who's going to be this dwarf? Eustace, the trader, who can also be the bookkeeper. Now, they will all need offices, but their tasks will work without offices right now because of our population being so small. And now we figure out where we're going to build. Or I can look at other dwarves. Let's look at the broker real quick. We're all close friends and kindred spirits. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, has a calm demeanor, and doesn't focus on material goods. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Isn't given to flights of fancy and can handle stress. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds those that did not deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and doesn't really value merrymaking. So I said that I wanted to just not name anybody after chat in this fort and try to just make main characters because of the smaller population. So this guy worships the god of wealth, is also the founder of a forge to create armor. I'm just going to call him the wealthy. Unless you guys can think of something else. How rare is it to find a dwarf who worships a dragon god? So dwarves worship gods that are established in their world. Mega creatures like dragons could be a god. I once had a world that had a rather popular Fluffy Wambler god, which was kind of funny. How rare is it? I don't know the percentages. Unlikely, but it could happen. Moose Moose, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you greatly.
Moose Moose cheered. X1000. Crypt beer.
Need another 4 subscriptions or $16 in bits to level up. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the hype train so far and everybody who's taken part? And YouTube chat, just hit that heart button a bunch of times. Thanks for the super chats and the new membership. Thanks for the 50 piles or the pennies. The pile of 50 pennies. I can words. Zubafu. Thank you for the 10 pack of subs. Appreciate you. Or sorry, 5 pack of subs. I read that as you gifted 10 subs, so I read that as 10 pack. Thanks for the 5 pack of subs. I can read. And thanks for the 65 cents on Otis. Meanwhile, YouTube chat is just talking about cheating. If you have unhappy dwarves, that's a skill issue. What's my favorite way to kill nobles? Banning the people who ask questions about killing nobles. Because I like nobles. Well, maybe not banning, but making fun of. If you think that you need to kill nobles, you don't know how to play this game. Is the actual reality. Scrooge? Doesn't really strike me as a Scrooge, though. Although actually, you know, you're not wrong. Worshipping the god of death is kind of Scrooge McDucky. Or Ebenezer-ish. Blind taught me to embrace nobles. As fort therapists and mood regulators. They really are. Let me just think. Screw it. We'll go with Scrooge. I have to look up how to spell this name. Ebenezer! How's that? Dober Ebenezer. Well, actually, sorry, not this one. I clicked the wrong one. That's just my armorer. I need my expedition leader, you. Ebenezer. The armorer. Irish Stupid, thanks for the 50th month. It's a lot of months, dude. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. Appreciate you. Smaug? That's a very Smaug thought. So I think we'll kind of channel this off. Make kind of an open flat area. Because I want to make this a mostly surface-ish fort. Which I don't do very often. I'm also going to need a hunter dwarf. Pretty quick. Stupid, thanks for checking out 3 months of sub to Gowan. Appreciate you. Can't wait. The ghost of Dwarf mispassed. And the haunting of Dwarf mispresent? I don't know what the haunts of Dwarf mispassed would be for, but...
Grozny cheered. X400.
Gronzi, thank you very much for the $4. Appreciate you. Don't know who I'm going to make into a hunter, though. I will say for planting, I only want the one planter. I'm actually going to be specific about planting for once, which is something I almost never do. And for engraving, I think I'll make these two my engravers. We're going to actually try and train up some engravers. Maybe give it to one of my miners, too. I mean, I will have to put some things underground, such as water. But once I've pumped lava up, I'll be able to do all sorts of fun shenanigans. Hey, chat, 30 seconds left on the train. It needs one more subscription, or $3.45 in bits to level up. If it levels up again, you guys tie the record for the highest hype train this month. Getting to work, dwarves. Getting to work. You telling me that I'm slacking, Elder Scrolls, means that you have absolutely no idea how many hours a week I spend streaming and editing videos already. I already stream 40 hours a week. So you telling me that I'm slacking is adorable. Thank you very much for the $25 or $22.55 in bits and the 18 subscriptions. There's somebody in YouTube chat informing me that I'm slacking because I don't upload enough videos, which is truly adorable. Oh, if only you knew. Counts dry. You attempted the sniper rifle the other week. Ah, it's all good. Thanks, Misty Eye.
Cheered. X400.
I do archive my YouTube streams, or my streams on YouTube. It goes on the YouTube channel Blind Extras. And if you highlight videos on Twitch, they stay forever. They only disappear if you don't highlight them. So all of my streams are highlighted here on Twitch. I've been streaming for over 10 years. This is what I do. The YouTube and the YouTube channel and the videos are a sales mechanism for the streams.
100. Hype elf.
Eurus, thanks for the $1. Ire Stupid, thanks for the $1. And besides, I've uploaded 3 videos in the last month or so, and 2 of them are big story videos. One of them's on Caves of Cud, and one of them's on adventure mode. Why are my dwarves digging in ice? Because we're in a glacier. That is why they are digging in ice. I gotta check something. Let's go to objects. I can never remember if I can do stuff with stone in the current, or like, rather, ice. This I don't want to allow for non-economic jobs. I don't think ice is usable as stone anymore. I mean, I've definitely fallen off of several ledges in my life. I fell off of a mountain earlier this year. A couple weeks ago, I fell off of a cliff specifically. It was very fun. I did it intentionally. True story. I don't recommend you fall off cliffs, though. Please don't cook my alcohol. Thanks, game. Don't need to pull actual stats. Some of the videos I upload do well, some of them no. The last 2 I uploaded didn't do well. The 2 I uploaded before that, one did fine, one did not very well, and one did great. Hay bale at the bottom? Pile of snow, actually. Oh, trust me, Mufu, it doesn't. It's purely entertaining to me. Also, I'm assuming that they're being sarcastic about it, so it's fine. Can you make a workshop with ice? I don't think so. Like, let me check. Let's see. Okay, you can. I think it just needs to be above ground, though. I'm also pretty sure you can't make metalsmiths. Yeah, no, metalsmith will melt. It'll be a meltalsmith. I just can't make blocks, I don't think. Okay, so I can make structures out of ice. I can. But let's see, can I make blocks out of ice? Because I'm mostly certain I can't. No, it is definitely worth the time. But, like, it takes time to make those videos. And also, I've been prepping to move at the end of January, so the result is I've got a lot on my plate right now. Oopsies. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, no, I can't make stuff out of ice. So yeah, I can make workshops out of ice, but that's it. But they can also melt, which is the problem. So if it gets heated in any way, my workshops could melt, which not optimal.
X100. Are there penguins in Dwarf Fortress?
Are there penguins in Dwarf Fortress? Yes. But are there any on this map? I don't know. That I don't know. Can ice walls melt? No, ironically, but everything else made out of ice can. Ice floors and walls can't melt. That's what we doing, Juvas. Reason workstation melted? Yup. Hey, Elder Scrolls, it's not my fault that you got timed out for 24 hours, it's yours. Irish Stupid, thanks for the $1. And Shadow Absorber wanted you to post beers. I don't know if you guys did. Yeah, you did. Sweet. Would layers on the map melt with lava on it? The layer above the layer with lava would melt. Then they would be then both of their accounts would get permanently banned. Jay, the magistrate, because ban evasion is a permanent ban here. So if I ban you for some reason or time you out for some reason, and you just make a new account, yeah, then you're just permanently banned. Reminds you of oxygen not included. Don't use cinnabar ore to make buildings unless you want liquid mercury. Yeah, I don't play that game much, so whenever I hear about, or I never played that game much, so whenever I hear about oxygen not included stuff, it's like, oh boy. I'm being spicy today? Not really, Devilish Potato. There's somebody in the YouTube chat named Elder Scrolls who's saying that I need to upload more YouTube videos and I'm slacking. And then I retorted with some humor. And then they said it again. And the last thing that they said before I timed them out for 24 hours was, it's not my fault that this guy doesn't want to work harder. Yeah, it is. Because you don't give me $1 million a day. If you give me $1 million a day, then I could hire somebody. Or not even. $1,000 a month, then I could hire somebody. I'm the king of slaw. Yeah, totally. I'm a king of coleslaw, definitely. What's the benefit of digging a channel versus regular mining? I'm trying to form the mountain to look cool. That's it. You also remove the ceilings as well. So if you're going to build on a layer that you're digging in, you kind of want to channel it so that you don't end up with ceilings remaining. So you don't drop it on your dwarf's hell. On your dwarf's head, rather. I don't know. I don't follow the Elder Scrolls franchise in the slightest. I thought that was just an MMO now. I'm mostly joking, but... I mean, if I had an extra $1,000 a day lying around, I could hire an editor, and that definitely would speed up my, video output time.
Stupid cheered.
Could hire several.
150.
So blister on your tongue now? Oh no! I might actually just channel this down to here. Make this into a statue or something, I don't know. It's crazy that Skyrim came out in 2011. I don't know if that's the craziest thing about Skyrim. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dude? How's, I'm presuming you're still doing hardcore Path of Exile too. If you don't know Ponce, he's an old soul around these parts. Plays a lot of competitive multiplayer and then just games that make you feel pain. So if you like watching people feel pain while they play video games, go watch Ponce. Character still not dead? There you go. Is that the second one still? You're the one I saw you playing the other day? I'm still waiting for Skyrim, the Rimstered edition. You're stupid. Thanks for checking a gifted Ponce. Appreciate you, man. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think I saw you doing that this morning. By that I mean when I woke up. I think this might be the front door. Because what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build around this.
Stupid cheered. X111.
And then start making little roofed, channeled down one layer huts. So what I can do is I could do this. Chunk. So something like this. Ice. Something like this. Ice. And then go into the middle here. And dig it all out. And then go underneath it. And do this lower priority. And dig all that out. And that can be living spaces. I think that would be pretty nice, actually. And then this needs to be rounded a bit, but that's not going to be hard. I'm here for it. I like that. And then for the front door, I can do little trapdoors. That go down. And I can make the underground area like bigger than the inside, but go down. And up to there. Something like this. You didn't sleep enough? I know the feeling. That's been me a lot this week as well. So go get the rest you need, Ponce. Thanks for swinging by. And the thing that I'm also benefiting from with all of the, like, digging that I'm doing is my dwarves are also getting a much more ample access to stone to construct with. Managed to kill a pesky badger with stonefall traps, and now I'm butchering the cheeky badger and feeling satisfied. There you go. I'm also thinking about building a big wall around this. Because I could go like 1 or 2 shelves down and build a nice big wall. Thinking about also mining out most of this upper area. Just having this as like a flat construction zone. Because I can also go up to here. Go across the top. Go ice. And some more ice. How do you designate snow angels? With your imagination. Curious if anybody's going to get stuck in here during the construction of this, actually. Not a bad little hut prototype. I think that's what we're going to look like. Ira Stupid, thanks for all the bits, by the way. Appreciate you, man. Got some weather shifts. Weather is cleared. It's no longer snowstorming. Let's also throw some engravings into this. See what they end up looking like. That got suspended somehow, so did that. This one didn't. Although the engravings I'm going to bump up to a higher priority. The problem with these being rough walls, though, is they'll be much easier to climb than they would be if they weren't rough walls. Hey, somebody did get stuck. But fortunately, he's one of my miners. So he can dig his own way out. The roof is also done. We just need one more of the ramps to be finished. I think that's a lovely little starter. And then for this will probably just be storage. Is probably what this will be. And poor miner. Hey, he's getting to work. I don't think he's too upset about it. Let's just do you right there, priority 3. And do all these at a higher priority. And dig out. So we'll have a way in and out. Cold storage? I mean, I wasn't thinking that literal, but, you know, now that you mention it. So we'll do it like yay big. I think that'll work. think we can make this work. Let's see what my dwarves think of the area. We can also get our first offices up and running. They're annoyed at being caught in a snowstorm, and they don't like this whole lack of goblet, cup, and mug thing. But Ebenezer over here did speak with a friend and feels fond. So at least they're developing some friendships. Who's the happiest dwarf in the fort right now? Got Nish, who's a miner. He's happy remembering work. Kindred spirits with many dwarves. Same with down here. How about our broker? She's doing fine enough. She is a bit bitter after getting into an argument. Who'd you get into an argument with? Who's around you? You didn't. Did you? Did you? I don't know who you got into an argument with. Got into an argument with somebody, maybe the chicken. I mean, personally, I would get into an argument with the chicken if I was there. Goffer, thanks for the 45th month. Welcome back, dude. Let's just get rid of that. How you been, Goffer? Okay, what did we detail? Ah, cool. It's a rendition of our image, the Heart of Winter. An image of a dwarf, a barn owl man, a beetle man, an elf, a goblin, and an etc. So once again, the goal of this fortress is to make armor for adventurers. That's what we're going to do. And that's what we're going to be doing. Whenever you try roofs like this, they always collapse. Curious as to why they would collapse. I also did kind of screw this up a bit. It's okay though, I can fix this. I screwed this up in that I'm going to have to build floors under them to safely deconstruct them, but that's fine. Did that melt? Did I dig down extra? I think I dug down extra. That's fine. I can fix that. It's going to take them a little bit to get all these constructed. And they're going to go everywhere else and mine out everything else first before this, so. This dwarf's standing in all these places, so all this got canceled. No fighting yet. Actually, what's on the map? Is there anything on the map? There's no animals whatsoever on the map. So hunting is going to be tricky. There we go. So this side's all done. It's just that one that needs to get done now. Let's just do that at priority number 1. Can deconstruct all this, and then can deconstruct all that. The best kind of busy? Like, as in you've been the best kind of busy? What is the best kind of busy? Let's go up here, do this. Nice. And then I think what I'll do is I will dig an additional stair down there. I do really like the way ice stairs look. They look really nice. Buddy, did you just fall asleep? You kind of did. You really, literally did just fall asleep. So I've got Daysite Cavern floor down here. So I could start... This is going to give us an idea on how deep down, like, the stone is going to start, which is useful. I can also get rid of this. Sounds really terrible. Slight slipping hazard. Definitely a bit of a tripping hazard. I don't know how much outside of that, but... I mean, they do it in plenty of countries around the world, making ice hotels and such. So it's not too strange or surprising to me, but... Do dwarves ice skate? Well, I mean, if you throw a dwarf really hard, they skid and skip. So if we're going to count skidding and skipping as skating, then sure. But do they ice skate? Not really. Yeah, I mean, above ground, it's all snow, right? So it's probably all mostly frozen snow or partially frozen snow. So I'm just going to make a stockpile here for ice. Just gonna go ice. Where's ice? It's definitely not an ore. Oh, is it like not considered a stone? Huh. So then... I guess I can't put them into stockpiles. Okay, then. You used to be able to. Back in my day, when you could build castles out of soap. Soap used to be a construction material. I miss those days. As silly as it was, I do miss those days. Dump zone them? I could do that, yeah. It's not a huge priority currently, though. This is going to be food stockpile, and then we need to figure out somewhere to start growing stuff. Does water clean away blood and vomit? No, but dwarves do. It kind of just pushes it. Pebble. By wearing special footwear with good traction? Probably spiked shoes, yeah. Shoe spikes. The amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. 73 years old. This dwarf's moving pretty quickly considering they're carrying boulders. I wonder how heavy these are. Wow, that's actually like not light at all. You must be pretty strong. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed. His ears are splayed. His nose is hooked. He has slightly protruding cobalt eyes are close set. That's impressive. He's not like listed as like muscly or anything. Meanwhile, I got this dwarf over here who's an armorer. Maybe ice shows up in refuse? It'd be funny if it was. Nope. Yeah, I guess you just can't make an ice stockpile. It's not technically, but it's a construction material, so once it's constructed, it's fine. Oh yeah, so I used to when I took a rock carving class a very long time ago, years ago, and soapstone was what we used. I made a little loon. Happy to help you, Mr. Doom. And get to the meat and potatoes of the game. There you go, man. Happy to help. I'm glad I could help speed up the learning process for you. I'll have to actually make a proper getting started guide for adventure mode pretty soon. If blood gets washed away, it's just in the groundwater forever. Unless you pump it out. Pumps clean stuff. Two-tile dump zones are also quantum stockpiles. I'm not going to bother with stockpiling them, though. They're not that heavy, and the dwarves are moving them pretty quickly. So I'm just going to stick with that. Just not going to worry about it. And then it's just going to be a matter of getting stuff inside. Because this is a pretty calm biome, so... The only real timer here and limiting factor is me finding stone and my livestock dying. So... Yeah, they do. Pebble. Although it's the slowest way to train strength. Some dwarves are just naturally stronger than others, though. I had a fort called Long Death once, which is a very old fort now. And Long Death, I tried to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years was the initial goal. We made it like 470 something. And most of the dwarves had maximum possible strength descriptions, meaning they were like massive piles of muscle in their descriptions. And it was purely from hauling boulders because I never made wheelbarrows. I can't actually remember why I never made wheelbarrows, but I never did. So, yeah. Am I going to be caving for wood? We'll be caving, yeah. But I'm just trying to get things started at a slow pace. And if you guys come up with nicknames for other dwarves that aren't just like movie references, let me know. What ended Long Death? Fortress mode for Steam came out. The like whole gambit with Long Death was it was meant to be a stopgap until Premium came out. And I played it for almost 3 years, and it was one of the least interesting, boringest forts I've ever built. So I told myself I would never do that again. There was a brief period of time where I considered keeping it going if saves were compatible between version 47.05 and version 50, but they weren't. So when they weren't, that made up my mind pretty quick that fort's done. I did for this fort, yeah. Igor Dumbra. I mean, this fort isn't really... I'm not really planning to have crazy invaders for this fort. This fort is more about developing some notable characters for this world, because it's a brand new world, and building forges for adventurers to come and get items. That's the goal for this fort. So I'm probably going to do shallow surface lava forges. So we're going to have to dig down, get lava, bring it up. And I'm going to do that with a small population so things don't get too out of hand. And the reason my symbol is just a list of every animal person is those are all the animal people that are capable of being part of a faction in this world. You're waiting for a Yeti to appear? I'm waiting for anything to appear. Like, I haven't even had, like, a bear walk onto the map. It did say the polar bears get hungry, but admittedly, we're kind of far away from everything. Like, kind of everything. So, because I'm going to adventure around to these mysterious dungeons and get their items, and then maybe we'll start a fortress in one of these volcanoes as, like, a fortress of chosen adventurers. So basically, I'm building this as, like, a base for adventures. So let's do wood right there, so I'm very acutely aware of how much wood I have. Let's do food. Here, everything but seeds. Everything but plump helmet seeds, or spawn rather. Pigtail seeds, sweet pod seeds, and cave wheat seeds. And I don't worry about dimple cups. Yeah, I think that's everything that I'm going to worry about. There's always at least one Yeti. Oh yeah, he's probably just camping off screen, right? Although I can make this one tile bigger, just so that it matches. You don't see it, Yeti? Uh-huh. Kind of tempted to build a tavern above ground, like right here. And then we could have a little tunnel going over where they can go in and out of the tavern. Well, there's no children in this map yet, so it's going to be waiting for a while. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to show you guys a life hack, yeah? I'm just going to make a real quick carpenter shop. Shouldn't take too long to get built. They're very chill, yes. Alcohol will not freeze, no. Water will. So Blovi in YouTube chat says they just watched a Legends world where was reading Legends where a necromancer was trying to convince a dwarf to turn to the dark side and failed for 10 years. It's very funny. It's very amusing. Mental breakdance, what up, dude? Okay, so I'm going to need to make a pit mine, I think is what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to go priority 6 up here. Just give this a little bit of texture so it's not just like a sheer cliff. The dwarf coming to construct this. Now, I've assigned a manager, right? And you'll be like, they have no offices, so they won't work, right? Well, check this out. So make 15 beds. That'll give me a nice little head start. This is my manager, right? So they have no office. However, okay, well, you need to wait for a second. He's currently storing stuff in stockpiles. He'll assign it without an office, is the simple thing. Up until you have 20 dwarves. They don't need an office until you hit dwarf number 20. Your 11th shift in a row? Jesus. I mean, hey. Oh, 11-hour shift. I read that as 11th shift in a row. I was like, what? That's too many shifts in a row. Mr. Boson, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. That's a long shift, man. But yeah, as you can see, he's now making beds himself, turns out. Making beds himself. And if anybody's wondering, I don't have dwarf redemptions available right now for several reasons, but the main one being I don't want to start naming dwarves after dwarves in this fort because I kind of want to just community come up with nicknames for them. I often try to do that and fail horribly, so I'm trying to do that again. If dwarven children would eat socks, they would be just like human children. Did you, like, get hospitalized as a kid for eating socks or something? Okay, so stone is, like, down here, basically. So I'm going to do... bit of a pit mine. Call the mason the ice bender, but they're not making crafts out of ice. So unfortunately, that's... I mean, it's not bad, but it's not the most truthful in this instance. All right, so I'm thinking this will be the tavern, maybe. Well, I mean, that's just all the dwarves during construction, right? I've also got a pretty cool idea for this construction. I'm going to dig underneath it and give it, like, pillars down here, maybe around here. So it will be like hanging over an overhang, and then we can do mining underneath this. Because I think that'll look really cool. The cook vanilla. I don't appreciate these puns. Are you saying, is this stuff ice your brand new invention? Something. Rise up holding me tightly. If you ever have to work a regular 8-hour, it's going to be so easy. Depending on what you do for a living. The one factory job that I had, very briefly, they let me do 10-hour shifts, and that was a pretty good week. Because the actual job I was doing there wasn't that tough at the time, but... This is such a quaint little town. Okay, so I'm in an ad break right about now. So when the ad pops at the top of Twitch chat, I will pause the game and not unpause it until the ads are done. Hoping your new computer for the holiday will be able to handle a fort over 25 dwarves. How old is your computer? That's not a new computer, my friend. I mean, my, like, cheap laptop, my $500 laptop, HP laptop, can run a fort pretty happily with like 80 dwarves at a playable frame rate, so. But that's a pretty ancient history fort then. Also have an email I need to respond to. Can handle about 175 dwarves. Yeah, like if you're not able to hold 25 dwarves at a playable frame rate, then that's an old computer. It doesn't affect my, you know, Andrew Q in YouTube chat. I try to not give frame rate advice anymore because it turns out either the way I build my forts or the way I populate my forts or something that I do is just like non-conclusive to what most people do. Because I've had so many people tell me that, no, you're wrong, that doesn't actually affect your frame rate at all, or it does affect the frame rate when I say something doesn't affect my frame rate. So I just kind of don't give people frame rate advice anymore because it turns out, apparently a lot of the time I try to give people frame rate advice, I'm just wrong. So I don't know. Reducing livestock doesn't really affect my frame rate, but maybe it affects other people's, I don't know. Due to winter climate, there's no fishing, surface fishing. Sometimes if you melt lava, the surface can develop fish, which is always fun. I'm just going to build a real quick butcher shop and a real quick tanner shop, and I'm going to butcher the 2 animals that pulled my wagon. I'm going to go up here, which is a yak and a mule. What's up, Doom? There are way too many configurations that affect frames. Yeah, no. So like I said, I don't even try anymore. Like I used to. Like I've even got videos that talk about frame rate, but it just. At least that's still playable, Lanix. Like, yeah, it's a little on the low side, but it's certainly still playable. Like, it could always be better for sure, but it's not horrible. All right, so we'll get some starting animals here butchered. Let's just get these done before they starve to death, because they will starve to death soon. There goes our butcher. Butcher number 1. Now we can tan hides. Let's do that quickly before they They burn. I'm also going to make a craft store shop. We're going to make bone crafts. And should make a kitchen to make all of that fat into something else. They're pulling chariots in the sky now? What? Oh, the animals are? Yeah, kind of, I suppose. Did I tell you to deconstruct that, or did that melt? It is possible it melted. Now's where we find out if stuff's going to start melting. Like, if that's going to be a problem. I just need to get all this stuff put away so it doesn't... Wouldn't it be funny if, like... Okay, so this is a glacier map, right? I did this a long time ago, but I started a fort on a glacier, and I made it about this far. And then we hit middle of the summer, and the entire map collapsed. And everybody drowned. So, you know, that was kind of the moment of truth where we find out if it's going to be cold enough or not. What if a dragon pops out? Well, then most of the ground vanishes. I have a fort that I did a while ago, which was also on a glacier, called Sunbirths. And that fort ended by digging down to hell and going too deeply, and it was a great time. However, the one kind of asterisk funny business with Sunbirths was that the entire fortress collapsed at the end because most of the demons were made of fire. And there's something hilarious about watching a flaming snake with wings fly through your floors and your walls like they're not there. Like they just evaporated around them. It was something, shall we say. It was something. Okay, so let's say... Bone? Could just make bone bolts. Let's say bone amulets. And decorate with horn. Decorate with ivory and tooth. I guess that's pretty much everything I can do. And then I will, also, totem. Make 2 totems. I mean, I could make bone crossbows, but I have a singular crossbow. Also, there is so much livestock on the map that I could be hunting that I'm kind of just ignoring it right now. Up here, we're rendering fat, or trying to at least. What are most of the dwarves doing? Sleeping, making beds. I'm not sure where I should put bedrooms. That's kind of stumping me right now. We are going to need to worry about food soon-ish, though. I did tell them to not cook my alcohol. Let's just go to kitchen for a second here. And say, cook the rock nuts. Cook the dimple cup spawn. That's fine. Don't cook the plump helmets. And you just start making easy meals. And since this down here can be deconstructed, actually, so can you. I'm going to make a still in one of these spots. And the still is going to be full. And start making us alcohol. Just to tide us over. Just so that they don't go eating those. We're about to start digging down into stone over here. Like another layer or 2, and we're going to start hitting stone. Do I want to forbid tallow from being cooked? I don't really care at this point. Food right now is the priority. Tallow, not so much. So they can absolutely cook with the tallow currently. So at this point right now, I care more that they have biscuits and other foodstuffs that they can consume. That is the much bigger concern. They're making fat biscuits. Sounds like a delicacy, if you ask me. Does the ice stove not melt? No, because it's very cold. But we're only in early summer, so it might melt in the summer. But stoves don't technically produce heat, which is kind of funny, but it's true. They technically don't. So because they're not producing any heat, they're not going to melt. Your grandma used to make fat biscuits. It was delicious. Very much sounds like a grandma creation. I mean, I've had biscuits and lard. Oh, although, like, I've made bread with lard before and bacon fat. Bacon fat bread's pretty good. I know somebody who makes homemade bagels. I've never done it, but he makes bacon fat bagels. And I've seen pictures of them, and they look tasty. I've never eaten one, though. I think I just canceled one of those jobs. Oh, well. It's fine. Oxlard? Don't tell Oxhorn. He'll be upset. YouTube legend, that one. Meanwhile, Dwarf up here taking a nappy boo. I think I'm just going to plop some beds down. And just put a tiny little dorm right there just so that they have somewhere to sleep. Or so that they can pretend that they have somewhere to sleep. I'll brew drink from the extra drink that we have available. Making yak sweetbread and yak brain. Somethings. We're also training up our chef. So at the very least, the fighting. Oh. Did somebody mine underneath you while you were sleeping? Okay. I mean, got a bruise. You good there, Nish? Yeah, seems pretty happy about it too. He was annoyed after sleeping on ice, and honestly, I would be too. I wouldn't want to sleep on ice. Sleeping on ice seems unpleasant. No. Temperatures do not affect dwarves negatively unless it's hot enough or cold enough to freeze them to death or catch them on fire. If it's hot enough to catch them on fire, it affects them negatively. If it's not, it's fine. We were talking earlier while generating the world that it's possible to make a world that's hot enough that dwarves spontaneously combust. Which is, you know, a good time. Is it possible to make near impossible fort that is located in a piece of abominable smoke, which creates zombies? I mean, yes. It's possible to do a lot of things. That doesn't necessarily mean it's fun, though. yak bull hair and mule hair. Guess I can make a loom to spin that, but eh. Yeah, it is kind of neat that brewing drinks and making meals actually stretches your food further. So making edible things out of things that aren't edible. But we'll get there pretty soon here. Actually, just forbid. I'll just set that not to be mined because I just want to get this done. Let's also do a thingy up here. Oh, I don't quite have enough ice for this upper level, so I can start doing part of it. Except for that. Although maybe I'll make this a 2. Well, I'm kind of setting this up to be a 2-floor building right now. I think I'm going to make this into a 3-floor building. Not a 2-floor building. To me, it's not like forcing dwarves to live, because like humans won't die without coffee. Humans just like coffee, right? Like I like coffee, but I won't die if I don't have coffee. Whereas dwarves will cease to exist, really, if they don't have alcohol. So for me, making a dwarf live without alcohol is like having a human only drink vinegar and not have water. It's a much more, like, closer analogy. So I ran a poll just now on the YouTube chat, which I think is interesting, which is, what is a playable frame rate? And the intent is like, what is the lowest frame rate that you consider to be playable? And I think this is why I bounce off of people and have problems with, like, fixing frame rate questions and why I try to just not answer them anymore. Because I consider, like, 15 to 20 FPS, or like 10 to 20 FPS even, playable. It sucks, but it's playable. Whereas YouTube considers 30 to 40 FPS be a playable frame rate. What do you think, chat? Discuss. Possibly, I don't know. Or don't. You don't have to discuss. I'm not making you do anything. But, like, what is the lowest frame rate that you consider to be playable? I think it's maybe because, like, when I learned to play this game, frame rates were much lower on average. Like, significantly lower. Also don't want these to rot, so these have to get hauled. Let's also just get rid of this. Let's also pause that. So it looks like no buildings are going to thaw. That's good. Below 20 starts to be painful. You remember when 20 was good? Like, I try to tell... some people, like, don't always... Often people don't believe me when I tell them that, you know, you used to not be able to get more than 150 dwarves without being below 50 frames per second. The difference was because the game was fully keyboard controlled, every single action paused the game. Not every action pauses the game anymore. So there are some actions that you can do now that don't pause the game, whereas back in the day, every action that the player could do would pause the game. And because of this, like, the result was you would have to just wait for a really long time for actions to happen, and then you would pause the game, and the frame rate would skyrocket. So I think some people have kind of forgotten how bad frame rates used to be, purely because, you know, they used to just play a game that wasn't as, you know, detrimental to lower frame rates. Just trying to get stuff put away. Get food and meals down into these barrels. Get that dug out. These dwarves are working on that. Okay, now I can go back in here and let's do these a couple at a time. What frame rate should the game target? I think that's like up to individual players, right? Like, to me, as long as the game isn't crashing and as long as I can click things, it's playable. For me, I start to get annoyed if it goes below like 25 consistently. But I'll play it If it goes below 15, that's when I want to stop. But, like, because this game is a turn-based game with turns happening in quick succession, I don't think it needs to be 60 frames a second. It does not need to be like normal games because it's closer to a puzzle game, right? And it's not even like XCOM, where if XCOM runs bad, it sucks because it's a 3D game. Because it's a 2D game with sprites, it doesn't actually matter so much. As long as the UI feels okay to click, I think it's good. Yeah, that's actually something, Scooter, that like irks me a little bit when I see people asking for animations or saying like, you know, you should add smooth movement, because all that'll do is make the slower frame rates even more annoying and harder to deal with. Right, so we've got our first migrant wave. Got a legendary carpenter. What do you legendary carpenter? Hello, Jesus. Jesus was a carpenter. All right. And persuader. Yeah, a former member of the safe denomination, former member of the roughness of praises. You know, people talking about the UI becoming more easy to navigate, at this point, you just have to wait for them to tie it into Lua, because I don't think the UI is going to change much. I mean, I think it'll get clicky sounds, but that's about it. Well, Madame, who brought 2 burbs, welcome to the fort. There's also a weirdly small chance that that's like a necromancer. Or not a necromancer, a vampire, because what's with all these legendary dwarves? He drops the activity at this. Dreams of raising a family, Does not respect the law. Worships Jerusalem? This dwarf worships Jerusalem, chat. What god is that? Chat, there's a god called the Blue Crab. The god of lakes, oceans, and... That's great. Is that what that is? Do you worship the Blue Crab? I mean, it's the Oceanic Doctrine. Is that what that translates to, chat? Can someone, like, translate that for me on the wiki, please? Because that is something. Hold on. I have to do some science. Let's say rock, statue. Yeah, it is. The blue crab, a deity of the realm of goals. The blue crab often takes the form of a male human and is associated with coasts, oceans, coasts, and lakes. That was super cool, and you ruined it. It's just some boring human. Dang it. Fake. Liar. Oil murders. Just like real oil. He's so fake he became a fluffy wambler. Is that really a migrant wave of 3? Or 2? That might be the smallest first migrant wave I've ever gotten. Did you eat them all? Is that what happened? I need to keep an eye on this dwarf until they drink. Let's get all this food out of here. He just has a crab-shaped mustache. Crab handlebars. Let me just jump down to here. We'll give him a little bit. I also should probably make a trade depot. Be a coal trade depot. Can be vampire. No, I mean, it could possibly be a vampire, yeah. I mean, both of those migrants have legendary skills. And just very different legendary skills. I haven't had many vampires in forts in a while, though. Like, it's been a long time. So these dwarves over here are just grabbing boulders. Just grabbing boulders. Should also properly pasture my burbs somewhere. But I'll do that down here in a little bit. The first year song. One of the more mysterious. Keep on expecting something to attack us. But I suppose not. And you turned off werebeasts? You turned off werebeasts? I like werebeasts. I think werebeasts are fun. They can be frustrating if you're not expecting them and not prepared to deal with them. But if you're expecting them and prepared to deal with them, I think they're a lot of fun. Are they using ice picks? You can't make picks out of ice, so no, they're using copper picks. Just normal pickaxes for stone. So some of these dwarves are getting a little upset. If I had to bet, it's probably... Well, actually, hold on. It's because I didn't unmake that. But it's because they're grouchy after being caught in snowstorms, and they're whiny little dwarves. One dwarf here is trying to attend a meeting. That was fast. You just got here. I like how two of the grouchy ones are the ones that literally just arrived. It's like, you just got here and you're already complaining at me? Why do you think you have the right to complain? You only just arrived. Stay here a little longer, and then you can complain. We don't really need a big defense right now, Pedro, but we will do it. Yeah. When do you think it's time to build a defense squad? Highly dependent on where you've settled, what biome you've settled in, what creatures are in the biome that you've settled in, who your neighbors are, how close your neighbors are, how big your population is. So it depends on the fort. So that's one of those responses that the only thing I can genuinely say is exactly when you need them is the appropriate time to build one. Okay, I'm just going to make this into a armor hall. And I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to make pen pasture of everything, except for the puppers. No. Jesse improved. No, you don't need it. Dwarves are very happy anyway. I'm being crappy to these dwarves right now and not giving them nice things. Their moods will sort themselves out sooner than later. Goddess Tot, thank you very much for the 2 years. 2 fucking years, dude. That's such a long time. Nah, I'm just being neglectful of these dwarves. Well, get on it, Doom. I'm sure you have the skills capable and are capable enough and are willing to put in the time to make a mod such as that. Let me know how it goes. Also, check, can I get a round of beers for the 2 years? Please and thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Dwarf Fortress needs gamey mechanics to make it artificially easier. So back in the day, if you started a new fort and you'd made a fort previously in that world where dwarves were really pissed, they would show up with exactly the same current mood as their previous mood. Basically, if you lost a fort horribly and you had a bunch of scarred dwarves, they would show up already as angry as they were in the previous fort. I think it was version 47.05, I think. They removed that. So they'll still show up with their previous stresses, so they'll have reoccurring memories. So if they have post-traumatic stress from violent things that happened or whatever, they'll remember those, and that'll stress them out quicker, but that's still neutralized. So they're put into the middle immediately. And shoutouts to that one guy who was an absolute dick to everybody in the chat going on about how, this was a while ago, long time ago, about how everybody's just really bad at this game and how all of his dwarves always arrive super, super happy from the previous masterwork fortress that he built, because some people are good at this game and like to inform everybody else that they suck. That mechanic kind of sucked, because like you could make a fort and it could topple for something that was not entirely in your control or that you weren't prepared for, and then all of your migrants for that faction forever would be horrifyingly angry already, and if you were not great at the game and not very good at compensating for that, it was very easy for your fort to just, all of your following forts to just topple immediately. I think that's more than enough, personally, because manipulating dwarves' moods is actually really easy if you know a few tricks. Also, generally, if you just give them the basic needs, they'll be happy enough. And in this fort, I'm very much neglecting them right at this exact moment because I haven't given them bedrooms yet, or a dining room, or even a proper, like, meeting hall. Once I start to compensate for that, it'll become a non-issue pretty quick. Yeah, especially back when, you know, it was an ASCII game, right? Yeah, you can melt ice. Heat it up. Okay, so now we're just waiting on traders, which will be in half of a season. So that's that first layer. Let's do all this. Once this house is done, I will be focusing on digging over in that hole over on the left. And we'll be working our way down to stone, and we will start making furniture. See how far the two brothers went with the full generation? Oh no, I mean, like, Dwarf Fortress is an absolute incredible achievement. Like, that's just a fact. Throwing crap at less experienced ones instead of teaching them? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, elitism happens in every industry. I'm building this entire... All of these structures are made out of ice, yeah. The game is Lua-based? No, it's written in C. No, the modding API is being rewritten into Lua. I think it's C and then a little bit of C++. But it was originally in just C. You have to remember, this game started development in 2003. Is when Tarn started working on it. Called Dwarf Game, which was a side project. That was supposed to take 6 months to finish. Then 8 months, and then he delayed it for a year and did something else on his other game. That's all I have to say to that, Moreb, is just snark. Good night, Dulcan. You snooze well. Embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room. Well, we'll have to get you a proper room there, Dwarf. That won't be too big of a deal. I'm sure we can get that done after we get this hole mined out a little bit more. Just got to get this roof done. So the silver of barricading is just a room with one worker. I'm going to set it to citizens only. I'm also going to go down to here. I'm going to get rid of this. It can't snow if it's just snow can get hard on the eyes though. It's the problem with snow maps. Is it possible to build a bridge on top of a ladder? You mean on top of stairs? I think so, but let me double check. Yes, you can. Yeah, I mean, for those of you who are curious about the programming structure of Dwarf Fortress, don't ask me, because I'm not a programmer. But there's a pretty good Stack Overflow article. From 2021. Here you go. I recommend reading that, and don't talk to me about it, because I've just read that article, and I'll just parrot that article. Did DF change a lot since it released on Steam? It runs about 100 times better. I don't know when you last played. But Dwarf Fortress is all about slow, consistent additions. I mean, adventure mode's come a long way, but that's still in the beta branch. There's a lot of small things. A lot of quality of life things. But if you're talking about, like, how much content have they added? Virtually none. Because Dwarf Fortress is a very slow development game. Although it's likely we're going to start getting more new things more consistently soon, TM. Yeah, no, let's just say if you're playing, like, I would just open up, if you still have that install, I would just open up that save and see how much better it runs. Because at least in my case, forts from back then that ran at 15 FPS run at 70 now for me. Granted, I did get a new computer in there, but still. Or I got a new CPU, rather. But the CPU that I got isn't that much faster than the one I had previously. So simply put, game run good. Like good. Like very, 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 very good. She rants sometimes about upgrading the codebase. Yeah, well, no, Putnam was hired right out the gate. Like, Putnam was hired as of day one. It just wasn't announced immediately. So all of the dwarves are now getting to work. Learning to do armor smithing. All right, so I need to find stone. Is what we need to do. That's only about 3% of my frame rate. Just an FYI. In large forts, I only gain a couple of frames back. So, yeah. I mean, it helps. But it's not like the be-all, end-all or anything. I think people vastly overvalue multi-threading in general. When it comes to video games, anyway. Holy shit. I have sand. I was not expecting sand. I was not expecting sand at all.
Woo!
But I'll take it. Sand is not a flux, no. Not in Dwarf anyway. Maybe in real life, but I think sand is sandstone a flux? I need to look at the list. Terrible at remembering what is and what isn't flux. Dwarf Fortress is very much not written for multi-threading. Very much not. But it's the buzzword that everybody knows, as I understand it. I'm just trying to figure out where that sand came from. Which is just kind of funny. It's like, where the hell did you come from? Surprise glass industry? Well, not just yet, but possible. Currently, it's more just masons. Yeah, I don't know. I am a little bit bewildered and baffled by that. Sand just magically appearing there. Okay, so now we've got ice that falls down here turning into water. We've actually found precious fire opals specifically. Okay, so I'm gonna go... Thinking, let's go up to here. No problem, Lee Daniel Brown. Enjoy the game, dude. Let's go this way. So this is going to be a bunch of our industry, I think. And I'm also going to put like a pillar in here just for aesthetics. Kind of looks like a thought bubble coming out of whatever this is. It's like a thought bubble coming out of a thought bubble. I can also make them kind of go this way, but we'll worry about these later. You love pillars in your forts? Yeah, me too. Looks more like a Pac-Man. I don't see it, but okay. Like, I don't see it at all. Okay, so this is the stone down here. So up and in here, I'm just going to place down some stone or not stone, but ice right up in here. And this is going to be made into our first few mason shops. I have the idea to someday do Black Mountain from Warcraft as a fort. I'm very unfamiliar with Warcraft just as a franchise and as an IP, and I'm very unfamiliar with the lore, so... 1 second, chat. I'm gonna go close my window so it's a little quieter in here. Yeah. I had to close the window because there is a leaf blower literally on my patio right now. Celesty, thank you very much for the 21st month. Do dwarves clean up snow inside their fort? No. It's not considered a mess. In the past, I've used lava to melt snow off of dwarves before they walked into the fort, so if that gives you a description, that's kind of what we may have to do. Let's just make 2 rock nest boxes. Oops, although actually, I have to make sure... Yeah, okay, it's day sight. There we go. Why did you end up being wood? Come on. In-floor heaters? Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm actually just going to deconstruct these. Cancel these. Because I want them to bring closer ice, because there's ice right there, which is much closer. So just bring the close stuff, guys. Quit using the stuff that's so far away. Although they may actually be considering that closer than this, but... Okay, then I'm going to go to... I kind of don't want to just plop stoneworkers right there. Let's just start building a little stone stockpile. I'll just chuck day sight in here as our starting material. Probably. I don't use DFHack for that, and I also don't really use mod lists, so I'm probably a bad person to ask. Somebody in chat might be able to help, though. I'm presuming that you mean when you generate a new world, yeah? I mean, my knee-jerk response would just be screenshot it, but I realize that's not always like, the best, most efficient feeling option. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the Knowing Theater is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants might offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Round of beers, we made it to fall. Maybe it's time to make these dwarves beds. But it is time to do this. Oops. There is nothing destroyed, so that's good. Amulets. These are my trade goods. All, like, 10 of them. I guess I could, like, sell some meals, but... could also sell those totems. Which are slightly more valuable. And, I don't know, what biscuits do I have? Could sell them some yak meat biscuits. What do you think? Do I sell them some snacks? I like how the rock nut biscuits aren't worth much. I guess they're almost finished. They did kind of eat them. Sure, I'll... Actually, no, I don't want to sell that whole barrel. That's a lot of food. So I need all that. When it's cold and you're starving. I mean, hey. Fat biscuits. Everybody wins. I could chop up some gems real quick, too. Because there are some precious fire opals down there. Our dwarf over here is conducting a meeting with our outpost liaison. I'm starting to realize that there must be like a cultural hairstyle here that's pretty strong. I mean, look at Ebenezer and Adil. What's up, Garfield fan? You've got a big family, dude. Vumam? Member of the Coven of Iron. Okay, what is your religion? Can I not check? I guess, yeah, I can't, because you're not technically a part of the fortress. I'd have to go the other way. Oh, well. let's destroy that. The other thing I want to do here is make a masonry shop over here somewhere, probably. So I will just queue up some more ice floors. The expedition leader, Endok, meets with the outpost liaison, Adil, and says, "I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated my world maps. I'm just going to ask for Bloodthorn. And, I don't know, chat, what do you think we should request from Mountain Home? What do you think?" Cheese? How about some ice? I think we got plenty of that. Maybe some gypsum plaster. Hey chat, Soul Card wants you to post some beers. We'll just do that. They want backpacks. As expected, if you are able to provide some, the caravan will offer 204% value. I could probably make backpacks, make that happen. And here they come. Look at them. They appear to have trading llamas. Just waiting for the broker to come over and trade. After the broker finishes putting an item in the stockpile, which is a rock that's heavy, apparently. Do I want flux yet? I have flux. I brought 60. So I'm more concerned about finding iron ore first. Dwarf? Oh, I see. It's because you went to go eat. Okay. Can you trade now? There we go. I was like, why can't I trade? All right, let's see. Well, what else we got? What else we got? I mean, considering I don't even have access to, like, charcoal yet, I think we've got a long way to go before we really genuinely have the ability to start doing stuff. So I may actually just buy 1 alpaca wool, 1 cave spider silk. I've already got leather. I might just buy some food, which I can't even buy much of if I shut my camera off. So we'll buy, oops, maybe not you, because you're a bit expensive. Let's go the 2 cheaper foods. Let's also buy some of that, some of that. Okay, that's it. And I got these 2. They brought toy boats, it looks like. They also brought some extremely useless venom barrels, including giant cave spider venom and bumblebee venom and helmet snake venom. Helmet snake venom is lethal, if I'm not mistaken. Probably trade those 2 for a pick. Or a singular shoe. Or I can't afford the 1 book. I can, however, afford this crutch and this splint. I got 35 Dwarf buck left. Can't do that. Could buy the thread. Could also buy some food. Let's buy some peppers. I like me some peppers. Nice simple training to start the fort. Is venom used for anything? Not in fort mode. So the way traders work is they just go random liquids that are available to the faction. Bring those in barrels. And there's nothing you can do with them in fort mode right now. They're only useful in adventure mode, and even then, not that useful. You can coat your weapons in them in adventure mode. There are some ways that are more buggy than anything, where you can like force stuff out of barrels. And if you do that, you can, and I'm going to say this like very loosely, you can, in theory, end up with poison on weapons. But like in adventure mode, it takes a very long time for poison to kick in because it takes like a day. So if you're stabbing somebody repeatedly with a sword, the poison is the least of their concerns. So it's not as useful as it sounds. It's more just a kind of a style points thing. Say that you can do it to seem cooler than you really are. That sort of thing. I'm just going to go over to here and make a garbage dump. Well, actually, no, just a refuse pile, maybe. Let's do a stockpile instead of a garbage dump. Hey, chat. Somebody just chucked yet another super chat into the YouTube chat. €2. Could I get a round of beers as a thank you? And YouTube chat, you guys can click the thank you button, which is the heart button. You can click that a few times if you want. It's just a flesh wound. Yeah, man, indeed. Meh, indeed. All right, let's go here and make a stone worker. So now only one person should be hauling back and forth between this stuff. So I'm going to go up to here and say day site. No, rock table is what I should be saying. And rock throne. And we'll make them all at a day site. Let's do 20 of each. And then we can start up a proper tavern. Which would be good for everybody, I think. And run and hide for a day. Eventually they will die. Havoc. I wonder, actually, if I can even do this. Let's keep an eye on that. Then I'm going to have to make more stockpiles somewhere pretty soon. I may actually completely redo this. We'll see. How you doing today, Cyrolac? You ready for the holidays? It's good that we actually have beds for the dwarves to sleep in. Got dwarves that want to pray. We building in ice? Yes. And I'm going to be shipping lava up into the ice. Or maybe just below the ice. So we're going to have to dig down to some underground things soon. Some ads are about to hit. When they collide with us, I will pause the game. There we go. But yeah, I've got a bunch of projects that I'm working on in regards to videos because I know that people are always curious about what I'm currently working on. Well, I'm currently in the process of videoifying my ghost fort as well as that blockade video. That blockade video is more done than I think some people realize, but I'm saving it for whenever they do release adventure mode. But it's going to take me, it's probably like first week of January is when the next video that I get out will be out, because I've got holiday obligations the coming weekends and got to be a real life person too. I'm not just a slave for the content farm. Sometimes I am, but not entirely. Blinded scheming. I'm always trying to scheme. How about you? Aren't you scheming? But yeah, Zemo Diner, if you're curious, this fort, we're building a little forge. And we're going to build a forge for some adventures and then use the forge as adventures, or the gear that we've made at the forge for the adventurers as a, like a home base for adventurers. And then build a fortress with those adventurers as a, like, group of, how do I put this? Chosen heroes or whatever. Something like that. Yes, we are in a glacier. We are about as far away from everything as you could be. Okay, you have to go to the post office to get your t-shirt. It got stuck in machine. What? Also, we now know some politics of the region. It appears that there are not one, but two Dwarven towers that are at war with us. One of them has a population of 100. Whoa. Okay, that's interesting. This is a destroyed Dwarven hillocks that's it's a destroyed Dwarven mountain halls that is populated by dwarves that we're at war with. Is that like the Dwarven tower that populated it? Who the hell is there? Because that's intriguing. This is the weird part about this world, the fact that there's, you know, goblins, but a lot of them are stuck on an island, which is kind of funny. Primordial cloud stuff is the thing of choice. Our king is a fishery worker. Uh-huh. Skimming through our loyalty. Lead machine? Okay, lead machine might be the best name here. We have there's a mountain home called Lead Machine. We're not isolated. I don't know what makes you think that this glacier is necessarily isolated, but we are not isolated. We are entirely accessible. Winter roofs. In this Dark Goblin fortress is some artifact. Passive urn. I also want to see if I can steal some of this primordial cloud stuff. Because that would speed up the quests a lot. Not necessarily, but it would at the very least make these locations a lot weaker. So I want to try and steal some primordial cloud stuff. That's a fortress, not a pit, but yeah. It is quite the fortress, if nothing else. Trying to figure out where I'm going to put bedrooms. How about we put them around the outside of the top of this? Around the outside of the top of this. The most sensible sentence I've said all day. Something like this. Something like that. I think that would look nice. Then I could put a little ramp up at the end and we can put roofs on them. And kind of go around the edges like this. Although I'm actually going to remove these. I'm also going to remove these so that I can do roofing on this. It's called a graveyard? Well, I mean, with that much population, yeah, there would be a lot of graves there. And then I can dig down around it, and then underneath I can put more bedrooms in them. So I could do like bedroom, 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 bedroom. And then do, whoopsies. Just a little walkway here. Connecting them. Make that go further eventually. And since chat was asking when I'm going to start building a wall, as in like defenses, well, let's get some more of this done first. Because it's going to go around the outside of this, basically. I just need easily accessible, buildable zones that I can build on. But we're getting there. Thinking like this will be a big enough area for a castle. You like the year 300? Well, why is that year notable to you, if I can ask? Trash Mac, thanks for the raid. Damn. We're building a lightly holiday-themed-ish fortress. This is a forge in the far, far, far south on a glacier that is going to be making gear for adventurers. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And mods, if there happens to be any around. Can I get a shout-out for Trash Mac, please?
Hello, blind and chat and raiders.
Salva, how'd the computer build go? You kind of posted on Discord that you were building a new computer, and then said something about being scared that it might not work, and then didn't post again, and a bunch of people got worried. Still trying to figure out BIOS? Ah. I was gonna say, if you need help, like, jump on your phone and type in the Discord. But hey, I mean, that's good. That means it turned on, right? You went to bed after posting because it was late and you were scared. Yeah, that's fair. You know, pro tip in the future, put all the parts together and power it on before you put it into the case. You know, just pro tip for the future. Wait, you plugged the CPU's power back into itself? How did you do that? Like, not even joking. How did you do that? That's like a very unique set of skills that I am having a hard time comprehending now. I'm also going to put a little jeweler right here. And just make a little gem stockpile right there. Everyone told you it shouldn't be possible, but you managed to do it. That's... Huh. Did you, like, wait, did you plug, like, the power input for the CPU also into, like, a fan output or something? Or a fan power point? Because that's the only way that that reads like it could happen in my head. There we go. Gems are going to get cut. The repair guy laughed at you. Yeah, they do that. The repair guys, very much a villain in many discussions. Also going to do rock doors, and we're just going to do 10 of them. And rock hatch covers, because I'm going to need those as well. Don't be the reason for a new rule. That's actually a good one. I don't know who has don't be the reason for a new rule, but that's A+. That's whoever has that, hats off. That's funny. It's like, what's the rules? Don't be a reason to make one. Challenge accepted. Well, see, you'll just be very disappointed very quickly with how quickly I time people out and /ban you. At work, you have 2 rules named after someone, both after the same person. Ooh, yikes. Spicy, I suppose. I have a question, though. Did he deserve those rules? Like, was it justified? Like, was person that bad? Because if so, hot damn. Okay, so now down here, this dwarf is going to start making hatch covers as well as doors, meaning I probably have at least a door. And you're going to start encrusting furniture with cut gems. Because, I don't know, it's here and might as well just get ahead of things. And since I've got these point-cut pipe opals and precious fire opals, might as well get started on the important things. Also, I've got puppies, apparently. Are there any animals on the map yet? Nope. Just the merchants. Oh, got another migrant wave. At some point, I might permit you guys to name dwarves, but we'll wait until there's actually enough dwarves in here that it matters. Well, you're a metal crafter. It's good to have more metal crafters. Also, I was going to check something. Okay, so you've been drinking alcohol. You're definitely not a vampire. I was a little worried about that dwarf when they first arrived. This one's got a bit more varied skills, though. Dreams of raising a family. Doesn't have a family. I guess I can sort of see where they're coming from. You're an interesting dwarf. Worships all the gods, has a lover. Left their religion, probably worshipped too many gods and just lost track of who they were worshipping at the time. The Fierce Rim, their former member, as well as the Rack of Goals. And you're a fish dissector. What else are you legendary in, aside from dissecting fish? Judge of Intent. Man, everybody here likes arguing, it seems. You know, plenty of musical forms, like the rhyming larks, the saffron droplets. Well, personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Doesn't particularly value loyalty. Did I make a temple to the group Blue Crab? No, because I was very much disappointed when I learned that the Blue Crab is actually just a human named the Blue Crab. So, no. No. Maybe if they demand one, but I'm not going to prioritize it. The Communion of Wealth. Well, that's better than the Communion of Taxes. Another woodworker. Tense and jittery. Dreams of mastering a skill. Tense and jittery, unfriendly, disagreeable, and is bothered by this since he values friendship, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and is trusting, often feels discouraged, occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and has a sense of duty, though he finds that this can conflict with his sense of independence. He tends to avoid crowds and tends to consider what others think of him. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to think before acting, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. I may also retire this fort and bring some adventures in tomorrow. I may also do that. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values independence and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Likes native gold, trifle pewter, milk quartz, giant raven leather, large gems, mountain goats for their beards, and cranberry vines for their fruit, and when possible prefers to consume white-spotted puffer and pearl mullet beer, and can't stand jumping spiders. What a dwarf. It's a bit harder to spot them. That's a bit much for me. I like them to have some pretty obvious tells. Oh, hey. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Then why do you have skills related to fighting? He tends to go it alone without considering the advice of others, can handle stress, is passive in discussions, lives a fast-paced life, and often feels discouraged. You know, I could prioritize like a captain of the guard, and maybe have a little captain of the guard squad, because this fort is going to be really small. Maybe not a bad idea. Doesn't seek out excitement. He lives a fast-paced life. He's often discouraged. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy. And finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He wishes this were not the case. He considers altruism foolish. Everybody needs alcohol to get through the working day. These are dwarves. What do you think, chat? Early sheriff? Early sheriff is a go-go. Swelter crafts. More like frost crafts. These are going to be kind of breezy bedrooms for right now, but at least they'll be easy, breezy, sleepy dwarf home. Was trying to do a cover girl knockoff, but it didn't work. Okay, Ebenezer can have a bedroom. My broker can have a bedroom. My sheriff can have a bedroom. Do they get cold? Define cold. I mean, yes, they do get cold, but it's not going to negatively impact them in any way. So this is interesting. If I tried to dig a stairwell down, it becomes sand. That seems like a bug, but I'm not going to complain. Like, really, that seems like a bug, but... Does sand designation count it? Probably. Nope. No, it doesn't. No, it do not. That's not the tool I wanted. Also, I don't need to start making blocks. It's all good. Maybe it's grit on the stairs so the dwarves don't slip. That's a good way to think about it. Certainly plausible. Also slowly building this out up here. Got the stairs on that side down there. Over here, let's roll over this side. Let's do this. Let's do this. And let's do that. And also, I don't need to go all the way that far, because this is far enough. I will, however, need to go one tile higher, which I think I'll put at the end here. Going up to there. And down here, we can get rid of that. While the dwarves slowly continue to build up slightly new bedrooms. Let's get another bedroom down here built. Someone was fighting with something. Hopefully it was nobody important, fighting with something important. We found a polar bear. Look at him, he's so cute. Well, okay, so I'm going to set up hunters, chat. Please forgive me. Oi, fish dissector. Do you like excitement in your life? Currently, you're hauling ice. I mean, his hair is wavy, but that doesn't tell me much. Dreams of raising a family? He's creative. He's got low sense of self-esteem and polite. Values stoicism. Well, he's going to plop this ice over here and then hopefully go equip stuff. We could also train hunting dogs is another thing I could do. So I could do an animal training zone down here. And I could go here and go to pets and livestock. And let's train one of my dogs for hunting, not for war, for hunting. All right, buddy. Why you know you have a crossbow? So polar bear, you're not supposed to be here, man. This is not your home. Who gave you the right to walk into my house? Mr. Polar Bear. Sorry, Mrs. Polar Bear. If you keep coming in here, you're eventually going to become the polar opposite of a bear and just be a dead bear. I'm making very fancy tables and doors, apparently. Let's plunk this doorway down here. Right next to this doorway, which is, you know, encrusted with fire opals. It's okay, the Wambler's scared off. You know, honestly, if I saw a Wambler, I would too. I would also be scared off. I would run away in fear. Motherfucker drank my wine. That's not acceptable. Bear? Stop it. It's my wine. Don't you take my wine. Even though you're euphoric due to inebriation. My dog's gonna go try and fight with it now. Let's just plop a cage trap right there as soon as this gets built. Cocaine Bear, good movie. Oh no, it's now fighting with my dwarves and with the hunting dog. Ebenezer right here, or Ebenezer. Nebuchadnezzar? Ebenezer is punching it and actually shaking it around by the right front paw because he bit it in the right paw and is shaking it around with the strength of his neck. I mean, this is definitely snow everywhere and not cocaine. He's bleeding, but he's healthy already. Got some dwarf blood there as well, some turkey blood. As for the bear, it's unconscious and bleeding heavily. And the bear is upside down and no longer with us, who's now mutilated. I don't think I can butcher it, but I'm going to try. If we get the opportunity, I will take it. But I doubt we can butcher it. Now he's a rug. He might just be trash. I don't know, man. He may be a rug, or maybe he's just saying, oh, fug. Okay, so you right there. Okay, so butchering animal is an option. And it appears that Meng here is actually kind of injured, which is not great. His lower body is cut open. Oof. Man, we got things we got to do before I can make a hospital, but... What about you? Nope. Okay, you're just upset. Turkey's injured, though. I'm gonna full heal this turkey, otherwise that's gonna be annoying. There you go. Get back to work, turkey. Well, shoutouts to Meng, who does have copper bolts. And who is butchering this for us. So now we can get back to this. We can also make another totem. I'm also just going to plop a piece of ice right there and a piece of ice right there. I'm going to go up to here and type in cage. We're going to make a singular wooden cage and make a cage trap once this is done in a trillion years. Hello, Telenartho. You mean this one? Yeah, it's indicating that something drank my alcohol. In this case, it was a polar bear. Yeah, it was the bear chugging my booze. Because bear thirsty. Bear wanted booze. It's very suboptimal for me. I didn't want to give the bear booze, so we didn't. Shouldn't actually take that long to get bedrooms assigned for everybody. It's a drunken animal icon. Yes, it's an alcoholic animal icon. That is in fact what it is. It's one of the better images in this game, in my opinion. Okay, so that's a cage trap getting constructed. Should also plunk down a tanner's shop. So I'll just plop there out of day sight. Can we capture and train? Sure. I just made a cage trap, so if more show up, we'll consider it. But this isn't a war fort, and I have no intention of really doing any sieging or attacking of things. This is intended to be a short-term fort with a small population of 30, and we are making a small, humble fortress for the purpose of acting as a home base for adventurers. So, respectfully, if I catch them, they'll probably be butchered. I think that you're looking for a goal that I'm not really anticipating to complete with this fort. Because the goal of this fort is to be very much a small-scale mini project to act as a base for adventurers. Not as a large-scale, big, grand fort. I mean, who doesn't like high ceilings? Tygel. That's the plan, Garfield fan. But this is a brand new world, so this is kind of the get to know the world fort. And because adventure mode is very close to releasing, I'm prepping stuff with adventure mode in mind. So no, I will not be taming animals for war. I will be using them as food. Currently, I think the actual thing I need to do is get to a layer where I can farm something. Did I use a mod to butcher the bear? Did I use a mod to butcher the bear? You only need to ask that once. Saying it twice within a minute just makes you look silly. No. No, I didn't. I managed to make a fort of 200 dwarves by building boats on the ocean shore for everything my dwarves needed. Oh, that's cool. I've seen a number of forts over the years with that kind of style. Bears are my tourist insurance policy. No, they are not. And you are an annoying, needy viewer who keeps asking me to do things that you want. Sanic, not really. But I'm making a small forge for adventurers. And I don't really care about, taming grizzlies. Or not grizzlies, polar bears. However, polar bears are quite valuable as food, because food's going to be kind of hard to come by here. So that's my bigger concern. Why is everybody so obsessed with having, I will maintain this. The most interesting faction in Dwarf Fortress are dwarves. Having other races in your forts isn't that interesting. I will have them, though, because I said earlier that we're going to bring some adventurers over tomorrow to start this fort off. But I don't see why people seem to think that other creature types are more interesting than dwarves. Because dwarves are far and away the most interesting ones. Oh, I see we're trying to build stairs here. So they are not infinite food. Huh. Well, I mean, as long as I keep appearing on the map, I can hunt them. Which is really the plan here. Because I basically never do hunting, right? Is it better to raise them or hunt them? I'm going to hunt them. Is it better? Neither is necessarily better. Both are bad for the bear population. Populations of animals are limited on each map, so do with that information what you will. You like rat people? Ratosaurus. Do you also like dinosaurs? Did I place the rock nests? Nope, because I don't really want more burbs yet. And we're not that short on food. I'm waiting until I can get them into a more permanent solution. Yeah, I don't particularly care for Skaven or any of that sort. All right, this can just be a dining hall. And I may actually shrink this down. Allow all of this to be dining hall. And attach you to the Silver of Barricading, which is our Armorsmith's Guild. So they can eat here, and they can chit-chat and hang out there. And I'm going to make a stockpile. Specifically for prepared meals. And plant drink. I'm going to shrink it a little bit, though, so it fits the wall a little better. And let's check the value of this. There we go. It's good enough for a guild hall, good enough for me. Yeah, hunting is actually not a bad skill to train. I almost never do it, though. It's one of those skills that, I always recommend people actually train, and I just don't ever do it, so. For once, I'm going to do it. What's my favorite enemy in Dwarf Fortress? The favorite creature? Cave crawlers. I really like the cavern cave crawlers, the really big creatures down in the deep basement. I really quite like those. They're basically like giant centipedes with a million mouths, and they show up and they turn your dwarves into paste. They're pretty mean, but I like them. Hydras are okay, I just don't see them very often. I like things that I see more often. I guess maybe dragons. Dragons are cool. Because I don't have doors for these, I still have to assign them manually, but thankfully it'll go by pretty quick. The incomprehensible horror of depths. Yeah, that, and I also... I really like Crundles as much as I complain about them. They're annoying, but they're annoying in kind of a fun way, if that makes any sense. I don't think I have any married dwarves just yet, which is kind of a bummer. Trying to get the starting 7 happily set apart. And then up here, I can just do this all the way up to here, and then I'll just speed up this process by doing this. So this will be yet another string of bedrooms. And I don't think I'm going to make this go any higher. Maybe I will, I don't know. So dwarves can have multiple spouses, but they can't be married. Well, they can have multiple partners, but they can't be married multiple times. In Legends, dwarves can cheat, but I don't think they can marry while they're currently married. Because, believe it or not, when chickens fertilize an egg, like when roosters fertilize an egg for a chicken, the chicken and the rooster get married for a very brief period of time in the game's code, and then they get unmarried. Like, they can't have kids unless they're married. This includes animals, which I think is hilarious. Especially, like, you know, dogs and cats and various other livestock. So I feel like there might be some weird ramifications in the code there if, like, they were to have multiple partners. Like, I feel like I'm guessing here because of, like, how I know, like, livestock breeding works. But I'd be willing to bet that there'd be some, like, weird things that would make it hard for them to have multiple spouses at once. But yeah, they can have multiple lovers. One of Bastet's dwarves in one of my forts was, like, the militia commander and was lovers with every single male dwarf in her squad. Which is just kind of like a funny football coach situation. You love that for her? It was actually really annoying because it was long death. And the reason it was really annoying was it was a generations fort, basically, right? So I wasn't really getting any migrants. So it really sucked when, like, you need babies to get more dwarves, and then this one dwarf just, like, kept hooking up with all the other dwarves, but then not making babies with them. And then finally when she died, which thankfully she eventually did, then all those dwarves went and got married to other people, and life got going again, and it was very annoying for a bit there. Yeah, no, damn near ruined the fort, actually. Like, you say yas, queen, I say, God damn it, bitch! It's fucking stealing all of the suitable bachelors? Stop it! Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have problems with Tinder. It has problems with that one dwarf taking all the eligible ones. You gotta go sleep. Have a good snooze. We'll be stirring this fort again tomorrow. But yeah, genuinely, it was a very hair-raising period of time in that fort. Okay, how many more bedrooms do I need? Just a few. Bedroom. Bedroom. Did I ever make this accessible again? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm so happy to be not playing in an Untamed Wilds fort. Like, I can't even fully describe to you guys how happy I am to not be playing in Untamed Wilds now. You wish that there was a way to generate your own deities? I have a high feeling that that'll be the... Well, I mean, you can currently, like, hard mod deities into a world if you want, but I have a feeling that that's probably going to be something that we'll see with Myths and Magic. Although, can I... I'm going to be honest with you guys for a second. I am genuinely bewildered by how many people are consistently confused as to what exactly Myths and Magic is. Like, on the most recent Future of the Fort, which I swear I'll get that video out tonight. It'll be out tomorrow morning. There's a question from Rhino, who's a very active member of the community. He says, what's the difference between the Myths and Magic update and the Lua update? It's like, well, the Lua beta update is like a new modding API, and the other one is like new content for the game. Like, these are very different things. I guess I'm just like constantly surprised at how easily confused people are by updates to a video game. I don't know. I never found it that complicated, but maybe I just pay more attention than everybody else. People confused? Never! Uh-huh. Sure. So I am actually going to need to start digging down at some point. But, like, you know. At some point. Still working on hatch covers, amongst other things. Got 2 gems. Might as well put them into furniture.
I love your content. Thank you.
Thanks for watching, IDZ. And thanks for the 16th month. Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you, mate. Hopefully you're having a good holiday month. And thanks for helping today skyrocket past the daily minimum. Means a lot, chat. Second best day of December already. Not everyone stays in loop. Yeah, I guess, but it doesn't take that much reading of past updates on the Steam posts to figure out what a patch is. Like, it's like 2 half paragraphs of text you need to read. I think everybody is, Pedro. I think the developers are as well. Because like it's just so many unknowns with that, but don't worry about it, Ratosaurus. We'll be here. Go get some food and drink. Although we are running low on drink, we are also running low on food. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to dig down with this. Let's go to layer. Oops, that's the wrong tool. Except I'm actually going to make that priority number 1. Because this is going to be a prospecting shaft. Turns out all of my dwarves are very busy. So go do it, Vakar. Little piglet. He likes a little excitements now and again, don't you? Finds those that do develop weapons with fighting, weapons and skills in fighting, rather distasteful. We got granite. We got gabbro and daysite. Okay. Let's go a little deeper. Down to layer 15, maybe. So you're going to go dig a channel and get back down there. Unless you're colorblind. We got quartzite. I got pink rock. It's the best kind of rock. Let's go down to layer minus 20. Follow you. It'll be easier. Oh boy. Hey chat, since we're in a loading screen, I need a lore-friendly-ish nickname for this dwarf. Our legendary miner. The first legendary miner in the fort. If nothing else. Maybe we should call him Major, because then he's a major miner. Major big pick. Mm-hmm. Stone skin. Or stone's kin. Is his mother a rock? Major. Urnvine. Bukar Urnvine. I think he was one of the starting 7 too. Mostly certain. Let's go down to layer 40. I need to hit some caverns. Minor breakthrough? Well, I mean, there's nothing minor about this dwarf. Oops. Got slate. We found hematite. Nice. Let's see what we can figure out about him. Likes aluminum and Levin opal. Was in fact one of the starting 7. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He likes a little excitement now and then. Is fearful in the face of imminent danger and enjoys the company of others. He doesn't often feel envious. He's often fearful in the face of imminent danger and enjoys the company of others. He doesn't often feel envious, and he likes he has little interest in joking around. Often feels cheerful. He is often cheerful and he can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He really likes his job. And, Arts, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. I wish I would upload more, though. I wish I had more hours in the week. Those videos take a long time to make, and they use a lot of footage, and gotta get the footage somehow, and gotta pay the bills. YouTube videos don't pay the bills, unfortunately. I'm just a one-man show over here. There's only so much I can do. So I, too, wish I could upload more. I don't really want to name a dwarf the Grinch unless they do something to earn that name. Maybe if we get a fell mood, we'd name them the Grinch. Or if I had a dwarf tantrum. But we don't really have any angry dwarves. We've got some mildly perturbed dwarves, but they're not angry. Like, they've got a ways to go before they become a Grinch. Or if we got a goblin, I'd name him the Grinch. I'm going to go down to the... Actually, I'm just going to auto-mine everything out of here, is what I'm going to do. What's that? Killinite? No, it's Cinnabar. That's a fun bright color. Lots of nice bright colors coming in. Digging around in the hematite. I really wish this map had an aquifer on it. Like, I really wish it had an aquifer on it. Well, if you want more long-form story content, I made a short-ish one about an adventure, and I also made a pretty long one about some stuff in Hollow Knight. You don't see that very often. I also made one about some stuff in Caves of Cud, which not many of you watched. So go watch that if you're looking for more of that type of content. Green zircons as well. Damn. But yeah, no, one of those videos takes me like 60 hours to make, realistically. And that's a lot of time. So I pluck away at them. They'll be ready when they're ready. Now that you're finished the semester, there you go. When you say videos, you don't mean VODs, right? You mean like the actual edited stuff? Because those are, it's actually possible to catch up on those. All right, so now that that's done, I gotta find some caverns. I may need to do an additional information discovery distance, or dig, Worry about that later. Okay, there you go. Carve up down staircase. Still need more beds, I think. Yep. Fortunately, we're getting these built. So I should be able to get those bedrooms all sorted. Let's also check the world map. Nothing on the map. Yeah, I guess we're just going to periodically get polar bears appearing. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do in this fort is the fort that I build after this one probably be one of those volcano locations that we looked at first. So we'll do this fort as like the short 5-10 year long fort where I basically just build a pump stack and do some lava shenanigans. And then the second fort will be a much bigger project. How many more bedrooms do I need? You. And you. And let's make 10 more beds. You know, it's kind of funny they get upset after not having proper bedrooms. These ain't proper bedrooms. Most of them don't even have doors. When's my next video coming out? When it's done. I don't know. I'll have a Future of the Fortress video soon. But I'm in the process of trying to move, too. And it's also the holidays. And I know this might sound crazy, but I have family. And I have to spend time with them over the holidays. Just a little chilly? Well, that's okay, Dolus. Nothing a sweater can't fix. For these dwarves, I'm sure. No way? Yeah, right? Trust me, if I could snap my fingers and just have 3 videos hot, spiced, and ready to go, then I would, but I'm not a magician. Unfortunately, my Vegas contract was canceled. I tried. Didn't go very well. I didn't, actually, and I'm joking, but I'm not a miracle worker. I think I may need to dig down in a different location because this doesn't seem to be having much luck. I mean, how much further? Yeah, it only goes down to layer 82. Okay, so let's just go, like, over here somewhere. Just go... Okay, you're pen pasturing a turkey gobbler. Nish over here, you're carving the downward staircase. No one's harassing me about anything. People are excited and they want things that they like. I don't blame them. I agree. Yeah, I mean, some people can. It's called AI content and it generally sucks. Sorry, what? Coed Xdub? I think there's just a lot of people tuned in today, Devilish, that aren't normally tuned in. Hey, there we go. That aren't normally tuned in because it's a new fort day. And you mocking people for being excited for stuff that I make in my chat is actually very much not wanted, Devilish. So I very much don't appreciate this attitude that you're putting in my chat right now. Oh, no mind... Okay, yeah, no, I mean, mind freak. Got it, yes. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Hey, food! And a deep pit. That is a very big, deep hole. How much did I miss it by? Oh, kind of a lot. Maybe not. Whoops, wrong tool. I don't know where I'll hit this, but let's follow you. Why do you hate that? It's just a fact. There's a advertisement, or a Coca-Cola advertisement, that was generated using AI. It's horrible. And if you actually like read how they did it, it took them way longer and cost almost as much money, if not more money, than an average Coca-Cola holiday ad. Oh, there we go. We've discovered a magma pool. Yeah, well, okay, I don't think this... I'm sitting here going, do I just, like, use this as an excuse to make fun of anime all looking the same? But you know what? I'm not going to do that, because a lot of people put a lot of hard effort into making anime look good. So I'm not going to be that person, but I'm really tempted, I'll have you know. So there's a pool of lava, hey? Where, exactly? Lots of sapphires, diamonds. Oh, this tiny little corner! Okay, well, I'm gonna go mine this. So where to magma? Where to lava? Okay, well, I don't know what you're going for, but oh, I see. There it is. For some reason, I thought it was further up. Okay, so what's right above this? Oh, we've discovered the Great Magma Sea. Coolsies. Coolsies. They don't want to miss out, /s, and they also let's lay people off. And that's sadly the true reason they do without the /s. Oh no, yeah, of course. It's because that's where marketing money is right now. Okay, so that's where the lava is. So I'm thinking I build a little forge in here. Let's just build a little road. Hack down these trees. Cut out this. And we'll make a little forge down here. Giant cave spider silk. Awesome. Is there anything on the map yet? Nothing. I made a new world with some volcanoes following one of your tutorials, but it's generating me more than just 100 years of history, because you have to change the end date for the world gen. By default, it only ends on year 100, so you have to change that number. And then if it starts early, the game starts to check when a certain number of mega beasts have died and ends it early again. So you have to check for that as well. There's a few things you have to account for, basically. But by default, it will only generate 100 years. Is there an ideal number of years? Depends on what you're trying to do. Personally, I think 100 is way too small, and I don't think that should be the default, but unfortunately it is, and I didn't make this game, so I can't change it. But personally, I do think that 100 years is way too little time. And also, I'm going to start farming down here. Oh, that's kind of wild. We got sand down here. Why smooth that wall? So that I can fortify that wall. So I can see what's behind that wall. Because there might be something scary behind that wall. And if there's something scary behind that wall, I don't want to mine into it. I want to look inside and see what's in there first. I know there isn't anything hot or wet because there's no indication, but those little cubes can sometimes have monsters in them. So I'm using it as a way to peek inside. My video on adventure mode is a masterpiece. That's high praise. When I will post more adventure mode videos, when I make more. Like, I'm sorry that this is just going to kind of be my answer for a long time, is like, I'm currently working on the Halloween fort that I did from October. That's it. That's what I'm working on. That'll be done when it's done. I can't tell you when it's done because I don't know when it'll be done. And if I tell you when it's done, then people will expect it to be done sooner. And if people expect it to be done sooner, then I may have to take days off or stay up all night or work around the clock to get a video done. Like, I could stop streaming right now and I could have a video done for you by Monday. If I worked around the clock. Well, maybe not around the clock, but if I just did 10-hour days working on that video, I could have a video done by Monday. That's about how many hours away from finishing a video I am right now. It's not just I snap my finger and a video appear. So I'm very happy that you think my videos are a masterpiece, but art takes time. Gonna make a little room right here for seeds. And over here is this. So what I think I'm gonna do is dig over to here and make a second way up and down. The reason I'm doing this is so that if there are any crundles or anything that just want to get to the surface, they can get to the surface that way. And now that this is smoothed, I can now fortify it. And whenever that's done, it'll let us see inside. Basically, there's kind of a sweet spot, right, Fishbone? It depends on what you want. There is no reason to not start at like year 1. Aside from that, you're gonna have a very empty world. There won't be a lot of threats, really, at least not in the way of goblins or other factions, because they'll be very small factions. They'll have a couple hundred population each. So that's the first thing about very young worlds. The younger the world you make, the more mega beasts will still be alive. So the more forgotten beasts, the more dragons, the more giants, the more demon overlords for the goblin factions, and all that kind of thing. So if you do a year that's like 100 years old or like 150 years old, you're gonna have a lot more dragons, hydras, giants, ettins, that kind of thing. Minotaurs, bronze colossus, those sorts of threats. The older the world gets, the more kind of grim, dark, vampires, curses, zombies, experiments, those kinds of threats that you'll get, because a lot of the things that were threats in the beginning are now often dead. So it depends on what kind of fort you want. Do you want more sparse factions that are more, Attack of the Titans? I don't know why I went like a Star Wars name, but then used of the Titans. Do you want Clash of the Titans is more what I was trying to think. Or do you want something that's more like faction warfare-y? What is an experiment threat? Necromancers make experiments out of things, and they're basically Frankenstein's monsters. And this is why I smoothed this, because it lets me see what's in the middle, which it's just obsidian, so that's nice and easy. Now I'm going to cut out the layer above it and mine that out. Nice and easy. Are you going to go hunt? No, you're storing stuff in stockpile. Still nothing on the map. That's wild. That is wild. Let's just plant plump helmets year round here. Because we're out of drink now, which is not great. I think it's just dimple cups. There's pigtails. Not sure how those pigtails were alive, but so I'm pretty sure they're out of season right now. But I can pick them. So I can get some drinks. I don't think quarry bushes can be made into drinks. Yep, nothing I can make into drinks. Gotta get to that. Very unlikely. I mean, you kind of get diminished. Like, people like to take number and make number as big as possible. There was somebody in the chat for a while, and admittedly this was quite some time ago, who was doing his best to generate as old worlds as possible. And while he was doing this, I think the oldest one that I know of that he generated was like 20,000 years. But there's diminishing returns, right? Like at that point, you'll just have one faction who will probably have taken over every other faction and everybody else will be dead. And it's like, can you do that? Sure. Like, is that going to be an interesting world to play in? Probably not. Do you want to do it just as a thought experiment? Then probably that would be an interesting thing to do once or twice, but it's not necessarily going to equal different or more interesting gameplay because beyond like 150 years, or not, but beyond about 550 years, you get diminishing returns on the variety. Stuff becomes more mono and less varied at that point. It's kind of funny at what time streams were like, let's do this and then follow COG, which made for great conversation times, but also shows how much play goes into making one content. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I've definitely played or run forts that would make for horrible content in that variety or of that type. Okay, so we're going to be making pigtail stuff, I think. Let's wait until this dwarf gets upstairs, and then I'll make booze. You'd like to go to 1050 for nostalgic reasons? No, I get that. I mean, 1050 used to be like one of the higher numbers that you could get to. I do kind of wish that they didn't turn down the numbers so much, though. There we go. Booze incoming. And also, let's make some rock mugs. Man, I really want to make them out of dacite for some reason. Let's just do quartzite mugs. Make me some pink mugs, please. Okay, is everybody bedroomed? Everybody had bedroom. Except you need a bed in your bedroom. Let's make more rock doors. Make them out of dacite. Yeah, you can absolutely have dwarves melt snow. But you don't need to have them melt snow for drinking water, because dwarves don't drink water. They only do that in case of emergency in fort mode. I've got a dwarf creating masterpiece beds. It's lovely that I have these incredibly talented artisan dwarves already. Gonna have to make this into a little forge. I kind of want to... Rather, not that. Do you want to select what it is? I kind of want to use the goblin cap that I have down here as my flooring for this, because I've got like 400 goblin cap. I think this will look quite nice. Which is my reasoning here. We can also get a little bit of a glass industry up and running down here in a moment. should also bring some goblin cap up to the surface as flooring, because I think that would also look really nice. Maybe get some goblin cap bedrooms. Actually, I should make goblin cap furniture. Ooh, I should do that. Like goblin cap cabinets. Wooden cabinets. And wooden chests. Yes. Make goblin cap. And goblin cap. I like how both of my, two of my miners are just like doing completely unrelated tasks. I think, you can be done by somebody who isn't that dwarf. Maybe get the sheriff on it. Get the sheriff brewing. Sheriff Brewmeister. Give you a task to do if nothing else. Clearly he doesn't seem too interested, but that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to make your own personal threats, right? I personally find mega beasts to be very unthreatening when it comes to Age of Worlds. So I find younger worlds to be much easier. Just in a gameplay sense, I find them to be significantly less of a threat in almost every aspect. Whereas I find older worlds to be more challenging because the threats are less expected. I think that having more curses, I think having more things that can sneak into my fort and wreak havoc that way, I think a lot of that stuff is a lot more dangerous in, like, to me as a player, versus the more, I don't want to say consistent, but not necessarily threats of things like mega beasts. That seems compromised. Why is that compromised? I feel like there's a lot of, like, really bad compromising that happens amongst dwarves, and just shouldn't worry about it too much, you know? Chat, do you think it's inhumane to have an outdoor prison? Is that inhumane? What do you think? Maybe I should ask the YouTube chat with a poll. Will I put humans in it? No. I mean, what humans? There's so many humans here to put in the prison. Nah, it likely won't be that populated anyway. Gulag? I mean, nah. Any similarities, this is a work of fiction, and any similarities to real-life persons are purely coincidence. I think is probably the disclaimer I would have to put on this prison. Kind of dwarfy, fair. It's not prison, it's bait. Oof. These dwarves really want to pray as well. Maybe I should make this into a tavern. Chad, should I make this into a tavern? I think over here, I'm going to build a tavern. Kind of just want to use the goblin cap for the whole thing. Trying to decide how to build a tavern in a way that would be fun. I'm thinking maybe what I do is I have a little doorway going in here that goes up some stairs to here and then out this way, and the tavern is up here. Maybe. I'll take the stairs. think I'll do ice walls. Maybe I'll do that as a temple instead. Yeah, I think I like that. And I'll do a tavern over here somewhere. Gonna need to dig this stuff out anyway, and we'll get more ice as we go. Well, the thing is, I'm gonna need to build an armory in this fort. Sooner than later. We're already out of booze again. At least stuff's growing. Let's just harvest everything that we can. Is that a giant cave spider, or am I seeing things? Nope, I'm seeing things. There's very little alive on this map, just in general. Just in general, man. I think I'll do the tavern overlooking the mining pit. You prefer a leggery? How about an arm and a leggery? As long as it's more things alive than unalive? Yeah, sure. Kind of love the dwarves running around in the snow, even though they kind of hate it. It's just fun to watch. Dwarves running down here to go gather plants. It's just the material I found first, and thus the material I have in the most plentiful amounts. That's why I'm using Daysite. It's just because it's plentiful and I have lots of it. That's all the logic there really is there. Okay, so this is going to be for Z Captain of the Guard once it gets constructed. Or the Sheriff, rather, not the Captain of the Guard. And I will put a door right there. Also, I can probably start making cabinets. It's going to take these dwarves a long time to get all these jobs done. Also got chests I can plunk in. Let's see if there's extra doors here. Not quite enough, but we're getting there. Most of the dwarves are down in the basement gathering plants. Upset about the lack of brewskis, most likely. Tower tavern with multiple meeting areas linked to the same tavern. Bit ambitious, but I like the idea. That's a big investment, him go fast. Good luck, dude. Is anybody storing items in stockpiles? I'll bet you guys have a lot in your inventory. Yeah, we're getting there. Should also smooth this one. At least we'll have a lot of pigtails in a minute. As well as a lot of quarry bushes. You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what quarry bushes are used for. It's like flour, isn't it? Or something. Oh shit, okay. So dwarves keep tripping over spiders' webs. And then dropping all the plants that they're harvesting. That's not good. Means I could probably go up to here and queue up brews again. Nope. Nope. No, I can't. Well, I thought about it. I tried. What are you hauling? Pigtails, dimple cups, curry bushes. Is that what? No, but what are the leaves for? Then. I mean, obviously the leaves are not rock nuts. I know rock nuts can be squeezed for oil. They're used for cooking? Is that what they're used for? So it's like Dwarven lettuce. Alrighty, Cappy. Although, let's nick that. Will yield several leaves and an amount of quarry bush plants, which may be processed into yet more leaves. Okay. Will result in bags of quarry bush leaves, and then will be cooked into the kitchen and will be edible. Okay, well that answers that. Anyway, we're getting sweet pods. Broods into brood skis. The truly confusing thing here is of why we're brewing so many skis. You'd think we'd use them for sport. Are you able to make bows? No dwarves can make no dwarves can make bows. That is a human and elvish and goblin invention. Dwarves use crossbows like proper dwarves should. Yeah, no, it's part of the game. You don't get to make bows and arrows by default. So I just stick to crossbows. And since I'm definitely not going to be moving these anytime soon, even though I'd like to imagine I will, I'll just plop this down up here. Yeah, these are going to take a while. At least you've got a very good bedroom, although I'm not entirely certain that I would classify this as a very good bedroom, chat. Would you classify a room outside without a door to be a very good bedroom? I realize this is kind of a moot point question, but seriously. You are correct. It does, in fact, have a bed, meaning it's better than most bedrooms in New York. Now it has a door. I still love that if you cook food by Dwarf Fortress logic, a grilled cheese sandwich is a lavish meal. Because it has enough ingredients to be a lavish meal. If you consider bread as an ingredient. Is the floor made of ice? It's made of ice bricks. Formed ice bricks. Very trendy. I presume, I don't know. I think I'll just go up to here. I'm not gonna make this too much bigger, as tempting as it is. I kind of screwed that up, but okay. Okay, let's fix this. There we go. We'll do that. That'll be the public tavern. And yes, it'll be public. When I say public, we're going to have visitors. Or rather, I'm going to permit visitors. I kind of almost want to use this as the front door. I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to that. Let's make another wheelbarrow. Let's actually make 2 more. And permit 3 there. Keeping the booze cool. Well, actually, that's not a bad idea. Because we could pretty easily run a little walkway over to here and then put a food storage down there. It's not bad. It's not bad. Could work with that. Rather large wine cellar, though. Although I am going to need to expand upon this tiny itty-bitty baby kitchen. So this right here is going to be an office. For my sheriff. Which is going to take a little bit of time to please him, but we'll get there. Also, the mayor will get an office up in the tavern. Why don't I use DFHack for building? It's such a useful tool. Because I feel it limits my creativity. It makes it too easy to fall into patterns. Like, I use it, I just don't use it for building. You gotta sleep now? Snooze good. Bone dolphin. Will I be coming up with an upload schedule for videos? Will I be coming up with an upload schedule for videos? Yes, they will be uploaded exactly when they're ready to be done. YouTube chat. If you'd like to personally fund an editor for me, I'll consider coming up with a strict schedule. But no, I have zero intention of setting a schedule. Should probably update that to the adventure mode one. Ah well. What happens when the ice melts? Thankfully, it doesn't. We're on a permanent glacier. Although I did once set up a fortress where the ice did melt, and let's just say it collapsed, and it was glorious. Major's been leading an unexciting life for too long. That's a shame. Okay, what's that? Was that gold? Yeah, we got native gold. Found a lot with that mine shaft. Okay, we're also harvesting some plum helmets. Let's just repeat when number of drinks is less than 20. Who says you're a bot, Bruvy? The only bot that I know of in my chat is Crypt Calcium. That bot. A bot whose name I will always screw up for some reason. All right, we've got 10,000 trillion jobs to get done, so I will let the dwarves go about it. I think there's just, I don't think it's got anything to do with repetition though, Mareb, right? I think it's literally just people like the videos I make. Today is a new fort day. And because it's a new fort day, YouTube promotes it sort of like it does new episodes of things. So a lot of people are tuning in that haven't tuned into the stream in a long time, and they like the work that I make and they're excited for more of it. That's all it is. There's no reason for you guys to be like weirdly hostile towards people that are curious. But I'm going to repeatedly disappoint people and say they'll be done when they're done, because life comes first for me and YouTube's a side project. You're just thinking with your evilish mind? That's fair. Calm down there, Megamind. You know, I've never seen the movie Megamind. I've only ever seen the trailer. That's mostly why you started watching my videos more. You know, it's funny. I get equal complaints about that as well as compliments, Doogie. I can archive the VOD, Luca, if you want. You just instantly want to leave and play again? Well, go play. Doogie, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. You know, I've never seen Megamind, and I have no intention of seeing Megamind. I do like the memes that have come out of Megamind, though. Dude with big head who also evil is just a funny cartoon mental image. Megamind is worth a watch? Probably. And I can pretty safely say I'll probably never watch it, but... I'm sure T is worth the watch. Hey, chat. I have a question. Are you done with your holiday gift shopping yet? Yeah, I'm very impressed with the number of people who've tuned in today for this new 4th, though, because I've had... there is about 150 average on each stream more than we had on the launch day of Caves of Cud. Like, that's kind of crazy, so... Thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Appreciate you guys. You're stuck at work, or you'd be playing while watching Megamind. Why not playing while watching me? Or maybe all three. I'm sure you could do all three. That's definitely a plausible thing. Making a framed painting for your parents, so drawing a bit. Gotcha. Most of my family is getting food and drink. Looks like we've got a bunch of fertile turkey eggs, which I guess I'll have to sell. Because tisk. I think I'm actually going to go up to here and go, send the gobblers over there so they stop making baby turkeys. Buying alcohol for Christmas Eve. Yeah, it's part of it, isn't it? I don't know how I ended up with daysite floors in here. I thought that I was just doing Bloodthorn, but apparently I did. Bunch of furniture has made its way in. Got some gem-encrusted doors, too. Which is probably what makes these bedrooms so nice, to be honest. Do I have more cabinets to put around? I do. Got 4 more. Have to make more wooden cabinets. Do I have more beds? I do. So I could plop beds into the rest of these. And I think I'm out of doors again. Nope, still got some more. That's not a door place, Greg. Don't put door in not door place. And I think everybody's got beds. Now be happy. I realize it's not that simple. Who's pissed? Compensating for these dwarves' sadness in a mostly outdoors fort is going to be a tall task, but... What's up, Sage? I'm having an alright holidays. I mean, the holiday season is usually equals just a lot of work, but I think I streamed too much last week and kind of burnt myself out a bit. By the end of last week, I was like barely functional as a human being, so last week was a lot, but we're mostly through it now. Why do I keep forgetting to turn on that job? It's been a week. But yeah, after the pretty no, wrong button. After the pretty tiring like launch week and then week after launch week for Caves of Cud, and as well as starting or finishing a fort, I guess. Now we're starting a new fort, so it's kind of breathed fresh life into me. Believe it or not, creative industries are exhausting in completely different ways that most jobs are. So, Omegas, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. I'm not a huge fan of the holidays. The part that I like about the holidays is the fact that I can make people unprompted baked goods and they don't get confused. Because the part that I like of the holidays is I get to make a bunch of random desserts. The worst part about it, though, is I can't eat any of them. Because, you know, I'm diabetic, so it's just kind of a thing that I like doing, but can't really partake in much. So I'm just trying to become the customer of the year at my local bar that I go to, and I just keep bringing them cookies. By that I mean I brought them cookies once, and I brought them zucchini bread once. They're getting fudge next week. They're my guinea pigs for all the recipes I haven't made in like a year. That sounds dirty, Bastet. But Sam Megas, thank you very much for the whole year. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Which one of you brought a zircon earring? What? Somebody brought a zircon earring and I guess it got encrusted with extra gems. Huh. Well, read what you said. It certainly read as dirty. When is baked goods unsolicited? When you have no friends. Why am I building my base on the surface instead of underground? Because it's fun. Don't you get tired of looking at underground all the time? Sometimes I like to make pit mines on the surface because it's a different kind of fort. Sometimes I like to make walls and palisades and castles. Baked goods for oneself. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so usually they go bad before I can finish eating them. Or alternatively, I binge eat them, and that's really, really, really unhealthy for me. Like more so than your average person. So I don't bake goods for oneself, because I bake a batch of cookies and I eat 2 cookies out of that whole batch and I give the rest away. And I don't like my neighbors enough to give them cookies. And this is the only time of the year that I have enough family around that I can like make a bunch of desserts and give them to them. You can have them though, Camille B. In YouTube chat. Loved baked goods. That's a curse. Yep. I mean, dwarves can freak out if they're anywhere for too long. Locked in a closet for too long. Stuck in a hole for too long. On the surface for too long. Locked underground for too long. In a room for too long. It's all about balancing things out. Dwarves freak out generally if you're bad at the game. And, many people blame it on the circumstances that the dwarf is in. But usually it's just as simple as skill issue. You gave every dwarf a bespoke house. I like doing that. Those are fun. And to those of you who think that dwarves don't ever go above ground, oh, they do. Oh, trust me, they do. You just simply need to witness some of the glory that are Helixes. To hear that, that's a quality typo. So Camille B in YouTube chat said, I'm sorry to eat that. When I was talking about I can't like eat a lot of baked goods because diabetes. And I kind of read it as like a verbal pun, so it's fine. But apparently that was a typo, and that's maybe typo of the year goes to, or typo of the stream goes to. It's very funny. I should probably hotkey the caverns. Let's just see, what are we constructing right now? Yeah, I mean, people ask why dwarves get upset in the rain. It's like, well, if you had to work for 6 weeks straight in the rain without being allowed indoors, without a bite to eat, and without a break or a nap, you'd be upset too. When you realize that a day is like 30 seconds long in Dwarf Fortress, it's a lot more reasonable that dwarves go a little nuts when they're left in the rain. At least I think it's kind of reasonable, I don't know. Also, heavy risk. What are you at heavy risk of? Vancouver IRL? No, not really. Maybe London. We don't make people work outside in the rain. Are you surface building a lot of this fort? This fort is intended to only last 2 or 3 streams. Because I'm going to do some adventures. And I'm probably just going to make a little gaggle of adventures. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little lava forge underground, which I'm already in the process of setting up. I'm going to build a tavern, a temple, and a little armory. Probably above the tavern and the temple, actually. I'm thinking about the armory being like up here somewhere. And the idea for this fort is it's a little shelter and also a location for adventurers in the far, 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 far south. Then I'm going to make a couple of adventurers, which are going to be a lot of animal people. I'm going to try and have at least one chosen adventurer, probably a human, so that I can actually do the chosen thing. Convince a bunch of people to join me after I go through a bunch of these mysterious dungeons and collect a bunch of fancy weapons from the mysterious dungeons. And convince a bunch of people to join me and then retire them all here in this fort. Which I'm currently building. Then, once I'm done with that, I'm going to settle on one of these volcanoes around here and walk the adventurers to the volcanoes, and hopefully they don't erupt. That's the plan. Because, although, that being said, volcanoes erupting on a glacier would be some other level of insanity. So maybe I'm here for that. I don't know. But that's kind of the goal for this fort. So this is like part 1 of 2. Which is why I'm not naming anybody after chat here, why I've named my first legendary miner as Major, and why Ebenezer is my expedition leader, because I want this fort to be filled with named characters that are not named after Twitch chat, so that when I start a new fort, like, I don't know, probably by Tuesday next week, I'll be able to, ideally, you know, start naming people then. And this is Winterhearth. I need more empty food container. Let's just make 45. That'll be pretty quick, I think. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Anyway. We'll see if it ends up working in practice, but... let's make day site doors. But yeah, that's kind of the goal for this fort. Is to just make a little, you know, tavern. I mean, I've already found, iron. We're farming down here in the caverns. I've got sand down in the caverns. But yeah, I think it's off to a good start. If you polish the ice wall and engrave it, it looks really beautiful. Yeah, but I'm mining through the ice walls, so I don't really want to do that. But yeah, no, I don't disagree. They do look quite nice if you do that. But we've got a ways to go down here. Although, fortunately, things seem to be starting to come together a little bit. Right down here, you can just be... plump helmet spawn? No, I need seeds, not... plump helmet spawn. Pigtail seeds. Sweet pod seeds. And cave wheat seeds. I'm going to say, no barrels, please. Wait, what sounds like an album cover? The volcano not erupting, or which part? Oh, the volcano erupting on a glacier. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that does seem kind of power metal-y. Although I think that there's like a lot of fantasy setting things that could pretty easily be a album cover of sorts. And these dwarves are currently kind of not happy with me because I've been making them do way too much work outside, nonetheless. But, you know, and they were also starved for booze for a minute there, but pretty soon here, I think, they'll get a little bit of a break. Really? I only have 6 ice? I find that hard to believe. But apparently I only have 6 ice, so... Are you gonna go mine? No? Okay. Most of these dwarves are storing items in barrels and constructing buildings. No dimple cups? I'm not growing dimple cups. They can't be brewed into food. If I need dimple cups, I can just go harvest them. We're actually cooking dimple cups seeds, I think. Let me double check that I am. I should be. Guess I'm out of dimple cups. But no, we're not doing anything with dimple cups. I barely ever do anything with dimple cups anyway. It's not usually a huge priority for me, so... Oh, that's still Gabbro right there. That's very convenient. All right, you can run all of you upstairs and do the thing. I've got several mods in my Twitch chat over here. Luz Felipe in YouTube chat. I don't hate Dwarf Therapist. I just think it's bad software. It had its time and place once upon a time, and that time is long past. People use the word hate about me very constantly, but it's not good software. If you still need 3 pieces of external software to play a video game, something's wrong with either the video game or your ability to play the video game. So right here, this is just an armor smithing teaching place. And over here, we're mining through all of this pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. We're getting there. That's what you used to do. Trying to use dye more now that you can turn off clothing. Where is that setting? Because I spent like 20 minutes the other day off stream looking for it and couldn't find it. And I feel really dumb. They must be freezing. So I'm in a t-shirt. And I have my window open. And it's about, what temperature outside right now? 2 degrees Celsius. I could see my breath when I woke up this morning. It was lovely. Some creatures like cold, myself included. Last option in game. Wait, really? The last option? Wow, you're not wrong. Yeah, I don't see myself ever turning this on. But it's nifty. I guess... Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. I guess that's silk clothing that they're wearing. That's fine. You'd be a shivering mess? Yeah, that's because we're used to, like, the temperatures that we're used to, right? I happen to be used to very cold temperatures, and so I happen to like it. Okay, since you're fertile, I'm just going to forbid you. Get baby Turks. And it looks amazing. I guess it depends on your definition of amazing at that point. Okay, so I got a lot of things being stored in stockpiles. I guess what I need to do is I need to put... Wheel. Wheel. Wow, 2 wheelbarrows in that. One day you'll get hide root and blade weed? I don't know, chat. Would you prefer I turn them off? Let's see what YouTube polls have to say since I have this very easy toy now. And drive these engagements. Red root is a little dull. You wish it was a dark crimson. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, for me personally, there's not that many colors of dye. I'd rather have more color variety. Oh. Human crossbowman is visiting. Hello, human crossbowman. It's a nice crossbow you has there. I was going to say, I want to interrogate you, but I don't have any crimes to interrogate you for, so that's kind of difficult, unfortunately. But, Braiding Gleams, eh? Confederation of Mansion and the Bad Doctrine. They sound friendly. Got a lover? You worship Bakthur Lordy Thundel Becker Githu. Got it. I'm not gonna lie, this is genuinely, like, I know this is a small population cap that I have, but this is some of the slowest, like, population progression I've had in recent memory. Anything below 20 C is hard for you. Anything above, like, 22 Celsius, I start to get annoyed. To give you an idea. But, you know, like I said, we're a product of where we are raised and what we are used to. To make up a crime, that's all. Isn't that how all governments work? Well, I'm a god. I'm not a government. What's wrong with job colors? I don't know. People seem to really like the idea of turning them off. But I'll tell you this. YouTube chat has voted 86% in favor of leaving the colors on. So I will leave them on. Maybe it's something we should do for a different fort. That's hell, Ratosaurus. Like, actually, that sounds awful. I'm amazed you survived. I certainly wouldn't have. Well, I mean, I would have, but I would have complained a lot. Oopsies. Did not want to smooth all this. That'll be plenty. Most dwarves are attending meetings, digging channels, drinking, making doors, cutting gems. A lot of dwarves is cutting gems. Let's encrust furniture with cut gems. I got a bunch of tables that got to be encrusted. Let's also encrust finished goods with gems. For some reason, I was presuming it was Celsius, but it could be Fahrenheit. I don't know. Generally, with chat, it's like a 60% chance that they're speaking in Celsius, because only about 45 or so % of my audience is in the US. So odds are in your favor. It's Celsius most of the time. Also, no Archon. We had temperatures that high here, not last summer, but the summer before. There was a good few days where we were above the high, in the low 40s, and it was... As someone who doesn't live with air conditioning, nuh-uh. Ironically, the place I'm moving has an average temperature that's about 5 degrees lower than where I live right now, and then a bit warmer in the winter, so it's like more mild in the winter and less hot in the summer. Looking forward to it, to be honest. Celsius makes more sensius, I agree. And do your fish boil, Bastet? Because I'd be worried about that, actually. No! Ongi, Braided Gleams, wishes to reside in Winterhearth for the purpose of eradicating monsters. What say you, Twitch chat? And YouTube chat. He's 40 years old. That's too hot, Jezza. But you live in a desert. It's a good sign for the future of this world, to be honest. Welcome to the fortress. Ongi Bugliedsit. Bugliectit. Most of them die, so you get free stuff. Free stuff that's largely worthless, but yeah. You don't have them near a window, so they're fine? All right. I'd be worried, but I'd be monitoring their temperatures. Yeah, see, unfortunately, I have a job where I have to work this, you know? So I can't be just taking a shower whenever I get too warm. There'd be too many long breaks in the stream. Wouldn't make for great content. This guy's got 2 lovers. Well, one of them's dead, I think, because otherwise they'd both be listed. So he's only got one who's Kashi. Also, some more migrants have arrived. Hopefully it's bigger than the last 2 migrant waves. Got a clother. Wait, what was your last name? Anguish Rooms. I wanted to read that as Angry Shrooms. So, you know. We've also got a siege operator. What else do we got? A yak? Okay. A chick? Sure. Are you for real? It's just 1? No, okay, I see 2. 2 dwarfs and a monster slayer, unrelated. Well. Mushy rooms? Nah. They haven't done anything notable to get a nickname yet. You've never gotten monster hunters to be effective? They're not, Havoc. It's kind of like hiring Laurel and Hardy to, like, organize china for your antique teacup store. Me referring to Laurel and Hardy, a very timely, on-topic reference that people will definitely get. Exactly, Stonecoat, right? You would love to learn how to use them properly? Stop them from dying until they join you, and then train them. That's how you use them properly. There is no way to really use... Like, chat, quick, I need your top 5, like, monster hunter, not the game, the archetype in Dwarf tips. How do you use them properly, chat? Yeah, the gremlin leader fell. It's a damn shame. But what happened to the other fort? Everybody got tired of watching it and stopped tuning in, and I got tired of playing it and didn't want to play it anymore. Like, that's the actual answer. One, don't. There you go, GamerCo. Do your job. They're not getting paid or anything. At least I've got a bed for this human. Turns out not many people seem to want to move here. And you know what? Honestly, I don't blame them. Yeah, you've got a hat on your hat. We could call it a hat. All right, let's go into here. We're going to eat that bowl. Monster Hunter rocked up in your fairly new fort, handing one-handing a two-handed sword with a shield. They tend to do that. It's not particularly effective in fort mode though, because they tend to just get disarmed really quickly. Because like it tires them out really quick. You can sort of do it in adventure mode. Yeah, I mean that's all it really is. Also, what Thomas McManus in the YouTube chat said, which is give monster hunters rooms in areas where any monsters will kill them first and burrow them in there when needed. Yeah. I tend to just give them bedrooms so they stay happier. And apparently I've discovered another cavern deep underground, which is a little bit perplexing. What? Where? Huh? I was gonna say, did I discover one up here or something? Okay. Well, I'm confused. Speaking of Monster Slayer, what are you up to, bud? Oh, you must have been the one who discovered that the whole idea of loyalty is pointless. Acting purely out of loyalty implies acting against one's own best interest. Wise words from Ongi. So instead you choose to go and die in my caves. Okay, well, good luck with that there, bud. Maybe I can convince this guy to join me on some adventures in adventure mode. Humans, am I right? Humans are all like, psh, loyalty. Although I will say, these caverns have been like oddly empty. To the point where like I'm tempted to do a retrieve job. Also, human spearman is visiting. Aruda. Hello, human spearman. Why are you blinking? You're legendary at something? You're an expert tracker? I don't think that's enough to make them blink. Legendary in something. You killed a human? Like 16 years ago? Why? You're also married. New fort, told Myra. It's actually going to be 2 back-to-back pretty new forts. Because I started this fort, and oh, you're a noted treasure hunter of the Society of Scuffling. Naturally. Are you gonna go conduct a meeting? Doesn't look like it. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. What I am going to do, though, is I'm gonna smooth everything in here. Before you wonder, why are you smoothing it? Because I want to get rid of the snow. And smoothing it gets rid of the snow. But I want them to finish this construction up here first. Exclamation point goal, told Mara. Noted scuffler. Mm-hmm. Well noted scuffler. Not to be confused with a stifler. That's a family of characters from a series of movies. Yeah, so this is going to work as like the beginning of a home base, basically. Variable value, minus 30 to 30. What, 30 over 30? Is that what... So essentially, this is going to become a public tavern, and I'm going to use this as a springboard point for adventurers, because I want to build a fort around the new magical items that have been added to the game. You didn't know you could do that to get rid of snow? Yep. I could also, like, construct flooring and then deconstruct it, but that seems a little silly. I'm not a big fan of doing that, so. Although they may actually do this too quickly. Because I'll need this bottom corner down here to be done at a lower priority, but... Basically, yeah. So I'm gonna... My plan is to do 2, maybe 3 days of this fort, because the population is capped at 16. And then do 1 day of adventurers, which will probably just be a party of 3 adventurers and then a party of a couple adventurers, or just like 1 adventurer and then retire them and then add in another adventurer and then retire them and then add in another adventurer. And I'm going to come down here and collect armor from them and then make a new fort close by on one of the volcanoes and bring the adventurers there and start a fort of adventurers that way. It'll be a fortress of heroes. On whether dwarves can still fall through magma workshops? They've been able to fall through magma workshops since version 50 came out. That hasn't been changed. They could before, they just didn't generally fall through them. They were usually pushed or fell. It's not something that just fall. They usually dodge into lava. Adventurers are still unable to marry, and there's no sign of that changing anytime soon. However, chosen adventurers, the ones that have the god instructors, have this thing called effective lying, which is convincing people that they're important. I'm elaborating here. Essentially what it is they're better at convincing randos to join them. So you can just basically convince anybody to join you with no real cost, unless like they're a town guard or something. This is interesting. I got all sorts of people visiting now. You can't build a grate underneath a workshop. Basically, magma forges are dangerous, and that's part of the appeal. There's supposed to be some danger there. If they're not slightly dangerous, then there's no risk to making them, right? So it's completely negates the... Because there's no like tech tree or anything in Dwarf Fortress where you have to unlock different types of shops, it really doesn't make any sense to have one option that's completely safe and then another option that's completely safe. If you want the safe option, use coal. Be cautious. If you don't want the safe option, then don't. Short ass blowing painted. Yeah. Short ass blowing painted is a dwarf with a big family. She heard that this is a good place to search for monsters. What do you think, chat? Has an iron battle axe, a copper shield, some gauntlets, bronze mail shirt. Is a novice climber. Most cats are better at climbing than she is. Chat seems to be saying yes. Those trees got hands. Maybe for clear cutting. Although that's charcoal. Coal is much safer. Just requires finding bituminous coal and getting really lucky. Oh, with the investments, Bastet? Yeah, good luck to everyone. Man, I just wish that these monster hunters could, you know, haul something. You know, be useful. I may actually have to extend the size of this. So this is our human lasher. Etus. Reason good. You know, we could try and have these people as, like, party members for an adventurer, actually. So it's kind of cool that these people are coming to visit. This is oddly convenient. So this is another human asking to join. Should I ask you, Chad, or should I just accept them? I think we should just accept them. Welcome to Z4. They were on the process of leaving, too, which is funny. I'm going to have to put some more bedrooms underneath this tavern, I think. Let them in! Let them in! Speaking of letting them in, there's still this one, who's now going to go attend a meeting, who's got an iron spear. This is the one that's legendary in something. I'm gonna let you in because I want to know what you're legendary at. Is it, you're literally just an expert tracker. There's game saving. I'm gonna take a toilet break. I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
It's playing? I mean, what did I miss? Anything exciting? Get him, boy! I mean, madam? Madam. I forgot to pause. Yeah, huh? And I'm so concerned about it. So concerned. I'm worried about my future fortability. Terrified of what could possibly happen. It's okay. Confidence is a sudden and surprising killer. One of which that I suffer from constantly. I love it when they just encrust gems with, like, gems encrusted with gems. It's one of my favorites. Right here, I'm going to subtract this, and I'm going to add in an office, because I want my broker to actually have an office. So that can get dealt. So we can actually know exactly what we have. I heard you like gems, so I encrusted your gem with gems. How would you like some more gems on your gems? Of course, the dwarves are taking the slow route there and back to construct all this, which, I mean, I respect it, but, like, there is some stuff right there. I just realized you have to walk all the way over to there, or over there instead of just straight down, right? Because they're just going straight down. Straight down to here to get them. Meanwhile, you're walking off into the caverns. And I'm presuming you're constructing stuff. As you should be. But, YouTube chat, I have to say, thanks for the couple of super chats today, the few new members, one returning member, and to all of you who tuned in. I'm not totally ignoring you, just partly. In Twitch chat, I just want to say thank you to all those of you who tuned in for the brand new fort today. This fort will continue this week, and hopefully we'll make some good progress, if not be finished this week. It'd be nice to just be able to make a fort and finish it. What do dwarves wear to bed? Hopefully their skin. If they didn't have their skin on, that'd be concerning. We have some young turkeys. I think it's time for turkey dinner. Because if you have a peek here, I got plenty of baby turkeys now. So the baby turkeys can go over here. And they'll pout in the corner. Do about love after giving birth to quadrodecapolits. I love this game. This video game is very good. I would never have thought to refer to the babies as that, but you know, sometimes you just gotta be happy and feel love after giving birth to a pile of babies. Have any of you guys ever looked at, like, a turkey or a chicken's thoughts after they give birth to babies? I think I might do that more. I'll learn some new words. Anyway, this reminds me of the time that I had those demons that kept having 8 babies at a time. It was terrifying. There were so many of them. It's more like hatching instead of giving birth, but is that 14? I guess it's a lot. I could count and tell you, but that would take half of my amusement out of it. I've got a dwarf tanning a hide. Chicken hide. Or I mean turkey hide, rather. Got yak leather, polar bear leather. So, they wanted backpacks. That's what the mountain home wants. I want to make a leather works. Which is under clothing, right? So that turkeys can enjoy motherhood to its fullest. That's why Tarn did it, right. For turkeys specifically. I respect that theory. It's a good theory. I was kind of hoping I'd have some gem-encrusted chairs, but I guess not. I may just be out of gems. Seems like I is. $14 seems like 2 handfuls. Well, the word for them is definitely a mouthful. I should probably just populate this as a tavern. Because we're Winterhearth. And this tavern is going to be called Winterhearts. And that's it. We now have an inn/tavern. The Granite Eater! Uh-oh. I mean, I guess the Granite Eatery could be it. Let's call it the Hearts. The Heart of Winter. The Heart of Winter. Maybe not the Granite Heart of Winter, just the Heart of Winter. Is my tavern. Well, it's the grand opening ceremony. There's even puppies inside. That's how you know it's fitting as a tavern. I've got a chick to tell to go live there. I do have 1 hunting dog. Oh, most definitely. Most definitely, Moreb. There we go. We finally got the rest of the ice roof getting plopped in. I think it's funny when you're in like a good biome or an evil biome and you're above ground and then randomly there's just like either the weird spooky sounds or just oh! Like there's just angelic singing in the background all the time. I feel like living in a good aligned biome in real life would be real annoying. It would be like having a really weird in-tune tinnitus. I guess it's better than like tinnitus, but still. Personally, I wouldn't want that. Very much. Very much in the slightest. You would make polar bear clothes? I've had 1 polar bear, which means I have 2 pieces of polar bear clothing. I'm just gonna make backpacks. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. It's not really something I'm concerning myself with. So this human is telling a story. Apparently, they also shared a personal insight with a human friend. It looks like Major is leading some weaponsmithing demonstrations. Train another hunting dog. What story is you tell? In the early autumn of 254, the human Luthi Lushwheels became the most high tress of the strategic coven. They're telling history of their own religion, I think. Nope, different religion. Somebody's religion. was on a good biome where you somehow really upset a lot of unicorns. It must have been a Joyous Wilds. Because Joyous Wilds operate the same way Untamed Wilds do. And unicorns are pretty violent if they decide they don't like you. I can confirm. Pixies would put away your stuff all the time, or sing some really banger tunes. I'm hoping that other people here know who the Pixies are. But yeah, unicorns are pretty gnarly. Yes, it's for stabbing, Bastet. Some migrants have arrived. Let's see how big this migrant wave is. We've got an engraver. We got a soap maker. A goat. Great. Man, these are tiny migrant waves. Like, holy shit, they're so small. Was the wrong material? Probably. Considering this should all be these. Would I migrate to the North Pole? Technically, it's the South Pole. But would I? If I wasn't disabled in a way where, you know, I needed insulin to not die, I'll be honest with you, there was a number of years ago before streaming took off where I was looking at those, like, job descriptions of like, hey, go work at a post office down in Antarctica and just count penguins, and then end up being one of the members of the cast of The Thing. I don't think that was in the job description, but I accept that that will inevitably happen. Genuinely tempting. So would you migrate to the North Pole? I'm sure there's at least one of you crazies in here who basically already live in the North Pole. It is a great movie, Ratosaurus. It is. I mean, honestly, it's probably safer here than a lot of the forts I've built recently. Like, just looking at what it's like here, I mean, we've had one polar bear show up so far. That's it. And then some people who claim they're here to kill monsters, but I've seen very little sign of such monsters. Your family would become unhappy? I mean, I would only do it once or twice, but there's something about, like, being a 7-hour flight away from the nearest hospital that is a little scary. It's like an average of 16 hours or something before they can get you to help if you hurt yourself. Unless there happens to be a cruise ship there. But yeah, no, it's not something I would do in the modern era of my current life. Maybe in a previous life, but fortunately reincarnation doesn't exist. You only get to do all this nonsense once. Bringing all these baby turkeys over there. Always wanted to build a mountain home on the snow? No, you don't. It's exactly the same as any other fort. Dwarves do get a little bit annoyed, though, if they are constantly tracking snow around. It's mostly just moods. Because there really is no difference between hot and cold in Dwarf Fort. Basically, stuff can't grow above ground. That's all. So you just need to plan to need more wood, and don't try and bring water to the surface because it will freeze. Excuse me. That's the main consideration you have to take. is that if you go to the base in Antarctica, you're supposed to get prophylactic act. It's just safer to do it in advance. I believe it. I do actually believe it. Let's cook some meals. Just like 80 of them. Probably got a ton of barrels. Because this dwarf over here is just eating turkey meat. Raw turkey meat. This down here can just be a dining hall. This dwarf's also just eating raw turkey meat. Such fancy, much furniture. Let's just go here and say... Table. Well, actually, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Just cancel that. We'll do it up here. It's easier. Table. All rock table. Rock. Table. Rock. Throne. And rock. Cover. And I'll set all these to be day site. You cut gems and encrust furniture with gems. That don't look boiling, but if you're fit to using a screw pump that suddenly explodes into steam. I mean, that does already happen. Like, steam already exists. I've certainly had stuff explode into bundles of steam. Like, if there is a hot enough object that makes things evaporate. I guess I'm just encrusting furniture then. If you have a hot enough piece of material that it causes things to evaporate, it will, in fact, like, cause steam to appear if it starts raining. Which, personally, I think is kind of dope. It's kind of an awesome feature. Yeah, all of the benefits of your appendix, definitely. Chat, what should I put on this pedestal? Actually, I should put the polar bear skull totem, shouldn't I? Yeah, I'm going to put the polar bear skull totem. I'm like, I should put something valuable on this pedestal. Nah, polar bear skull totem. Polar bear skull totem it is. And then after all this is done, we can wait for them to clear the other trillion jobs we have to do. It's a lot of construction. And once all the construction is clear and the dwarves are socializing a little bit, then we'll make more bedrooms. We've also got dwarves that are happy again. It's mostly the broker and Major who's just saying, fuck my job, I'm just going to stand out here and socialize and teach people armor smithing. I personally think that Major should be moved away from mining. We should give that to somebody else. I do admit that he was our first miner. However, this soap maker doesn't seem like they've got anything better to do, so why don't we let you stay as our armor smith? Smith Major, maybe. Yeah, well, all of our internal organs do something, and there's plenty of things inside of our bodies that we don't understand. Mostly our brain, but I'm not super concerned about having to not have my appendix anymore, because a lot of people don't have them, and they seem to be fine. Like, you know, all this still needs to be constructed, right? So we've got a ways to go still. It's valuable to the polar bear? What polar bear? Oh, you mean the one we ate? Yeah, it was delicious. Lytas the hammer dwarf is here. Man, you've got a nice set of armor. Steel helm? Hot damn, dude. It's encircled with bands of goblin cap, just like my floor. My floor is made of goblin cap. You worship Akil. A member of the Fiery Mine, which is a good name. Noted treasure hunter. Noted preserver of the knowledge. The knowledge. For the bejeweled artifact. Was a prisoner at one point for the riddled chamber of groves, which I'm presuming is an elven group. Although you did become a member of the riddled chamber of groves. Although maybe that isn't a elven group. Just sounds kind of elfy. I like how they were a manager and then prisoner. So do you think that this person was, like... How do I word this? Do you think that this dwarf was misappropriating funds as manager and then got arrested? Like you got yourself like a white-collar crime embezzlement charge? I mean, they haven't killed anybody, so... I like this world so far. Lots of fun adventurers. I want an adventurer to show up with a magical weapon, though. Also, what's the unabridged farm? It's a Leechman parchment scroll. Written on the item is a guide entitled The Unabridged Farm. It concerns the hamlet of Goat Poet. The writing is very rigid, yet it is reasonably serious. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. What else do you have there, friend? Just a normal axe. Oh, the one up there has an axe. That's this one that I was looking for. Also here to search for monsters. It's where my microbiota for your guy is kept, similar to gallbladder. Yeah, no, I'm aware that the appendix has like things, but if you're gonna get something removed, it's not the worst thing to have removed. Let's do backpacks. Let's just do 10 backpacks. Leather backpacks, 10 of them. So now we're in a fortunate position. What are you telling the story of? In 279, the human Owlist Rasp Taper became the most high trust of the strategic coven. That's the same story they told earlier. I think. Well, we can get to work down here in the basement. Get that forge up and running. I can make a stockpile for metal ores. We can get to work. Sooner than later. Yeah, no, absolutely. Of all of the internal organs that you could lose, that's not one that I'd be too concerned about. I'm really tempted to just fill this whole thing up with lava. Should I, chat? Just fill this whole bottom area down here up with lava? To me, I think that would be kind of cool, so I think I'm going to do that. Okay, maybe not that. Let's just use ice. I'm going to be smart. Actually, no, they'll probably melt before they get down here, so instead we'll just use daysite boulders or whatever. I should go get it back then. That's rude, Rhinosaurus. Yeah, construction there is nearly done. New fort? Yep. That is what this is. Solid observation. Actually, you know what? Nah, we'll just do it over here. First, I need these to be done. And I need those to be chopped down. Let's also swap the woodcutter down to Errol there, who's actually a woodcutter by trade. He's currently hauling obsidian. You pronounce you a molten slag. Exactly, Wasp. I don't know what that means, but I would generally mispronounce you a molten slag because I would mispronounce your name. So instead of Walsp, it'd be like Walesp. Oh, Walesp. You've been living appendix free for almost 20 years? Yep. I would trade my appendix more than once if that means I could have a... or if it means I could live a life free of diabetes. Like there's internal organs I wish I could have back. I'll put it that way. Calls you Wapsala? Okay. Sounds like a dance move. Tunnel tubes are weird. They look like dirt half the time. There's a bard and a Hammerdorf visiting. A lot of visitors. Man, you actually look like a bard. You brought a musical instrument even. It's a very heavily trafficked, remote northern base. Like, the most surprising thing about this fort so far is just how many visitors keep showing up, considering where the hell we are. I mean, like, seriously, look at this place. Ski resort? Where am I? So, fort is here. Nearest faction is, or my faction is all the way up here. But I'm all the way down here. Bottom right-hand corner of the map. It's almost as far right as I could go. With the exception, like, well, rather, almost as far as southeast as I can go. Aside from the fact that there's, like, this guy here in the way. Which is full of primordial cloud stuff. Ski resort. It certainly seems to be a bit of a tourist attraction, if nothing else. I will say something, though, about visitors. Visitors that are specifically titled as mercenaries can just immediately join your military upon joining your fort, which is pretty awesome. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I am. Cooking some turkey meat. You're telling a story. Digging all this out down here. Can you still get visitors from that edge? I have no idea. Genuinely, I've never done that. I've walked to the edge of the world. In adventure mode, it's just black. Just the game stops loading. But, like, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Who's upsetty at me? Well, of course it's the fish dissector. All the water for the fish is frozen. I'd be upset too. I don't blame him. Don't blame him in the slightest. AKA melting zone? Well, I would have to get some lava up here. And that would be more like hillside melting. I don't think that that's a wise idea. Based on the materials of everything around. Currently, I've got bigger priorities. And this is supposed to be a short-term fort. So I don't really want to build up any big projects for the supposed to be short-term fort. You know? Like, we're kind of getting rolling now. Like, let's just get everybody housed and start doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is, you know, Ebenezer's armory. That's the real goal here. Darren, what up? It's good to see you. You ready for the holiday yet? It's like, as much as I want to agree with you, I think that we should save big ice melting projects for part 2 of this fort, which ideally I would like to start as early as next week. So if this week could just be set up this fort, make a bunch of armor. Like tomorrow, if we could just make armor, do some adventures, and start a new fort on Friday or Thursday, that would be even better. That's kind of my plan here. Framework first, silly dwarf tricks second. Yes, stupid dwarf tricks second. I'm just kind of bewildered by how many guests are showing up. Although I'll say, the nice thing about all these guests showing up, including Bob Ross himself, the one nice thing about all these silly guests showing up is it makes this a very logical location, actually, for adventurers. Like, it makes sense that adventurers would show up here. What's up, Smet? Oops. Yeah, we'll just do this. You know what, then? Let's just do that instead. A one-stop shop for all travelers? Yeah! Monster hunters, mercenaries, and chosen questies alike. Okay, how are you so happy and why are you so happy? Man, my broker is ecstatic with their life. Why are you so happy? Oh, because you got together with Major. Right. That'd do it. My broker is in love with Major. Oh, you're talking about Caves of Cut. Right, got it. Deep Space. I was playing some of that off stream the other evening. It's a fun game. I like it. Major no longer has a big old pickaxe. He retired from mining. Retired from mining so that he could go about teaching metalsmithing. Armor smithing, specifically. No, this is a glacier. We don't need to use RimWorld wordibs here. And no, not really. Because in Dwarf Fortress, there isn't much difference between temperature. The only thing that really changes is what grows on the surface. So it doesn't upset dwarves or anything. It's no different than, like, living in the rain. Lightast Rimbelt. Wants us to live here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Okay. Are you the bookie holder? Yeah, you is the bookie holder. Well, good luck whacking them with your book. Got mole leather trousers, which has a designed image of cut gems and precious fire opal. Those are some fancy pants. Not even joking, like genuinely, those are fancy pants. They can't die from cold? Nope. They're dwarves. They got enough hair. They're naturally insulated. Very similar to how hobbits have naturally insulated feet. But, you know, more dwarfy. Mostly dwarfy. Although technically they can die from cold, because like you can set the average temperature of the entire world. But if they die from cold, it's the equivalent of like, well, I embarked here. Oh, everybody's dead. Like we were talking earlier that it's possible to make a fortress so hot that everybody spontaneously combusts when you embark. So you embark somewhere and everybody immediately catches fire, which is kind of funny, but somewhat impractical when you're trying to, you know, survive. But is still funny, and I'm not going to deny it. It is quite funny. Dying of old age. Infections. Chat, what's a reason for a dwarf to randomly drop dead? Those are the two that come to mind. Old age and infections. Every time you see him in ice, well, now I'm underground. Does that make you feel better? Although I don't actually need as much of this. So let's just get rid of these. These are just going to be walls anyway. Well, actually, nah. You are under the assumption that I have vampires by that logic, then. Which, I don't think I do. The fort's sporting pretty fortily. Who my woodcutter, and why you no-cut wood? Because currently you're storing an item in a barrel. Well, I guess you'll have to go do that now. Go beb now, Dwarf. They're simulating instruments? Iros and bazas, whatever them's is. So like 70 hours? It took you that long to get to a cavern? Did not take me that long to get to my first cavern. What stopped you from digging down, Garfield? Yeah, no, but like... So, yeah, I know you're the 50-hour iron guy, but like... How had you not hit a cavern? While it's looking for said iron? Okay, so hold on a second. You thought that you won't only dig down for space for your fortress and not for actual mining. I have a question. What do you suppose is the definition of the word mining? Because I don't actually know. I'm going to go look it up. Mining. Definition. No Google, I'm not going to look at your nonsense. Process or industry of obtaining coal or other materials from a mine. Okay. Mine. Definition. Used to refer to a thing. Oh, no, not the thing belonging to a speaker. A pit or an excavation in the earth from which mineral substances are taken. Okay, well, the English language is, like, sabotaging me here. But I think you get my point. All right. Did someone die? No, a caravan has arrived. The outpost liaison's arrived. Lovely. Have I not made any backpacks yet? Bruh. Well, that's mildly annoying. Oh, I know why. My manager doesn't have an office. That'd be why, and we hit 22 dwarves. I wasn't paying attention to the total population. Nor was I thinking about it. Well, that explains why fuck all's getting done. I was wondering about that. Alrighty. While you're snoozing. This is the outpost liaison waiting. He looks cranky too. For this dwarf to wake up. Alright, Mr. Dabbling Biter. Just set your alarm. What's up, Black 3200? You are, in fact, right on time. You arrived exactly when you were supposed to get here. Right on the dot. Right on the hour, even. Look at that. Fantastic. What's the significance of offices and the crossing the 20 dwarf threshold? Managers will do manager job without having an office before you have 20 dwarves, but when you pass 20 dwarves, they stop doing manager job. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Ads are about to pop. I will pause the game when the ads are running. Well, I will keep bringing Goblin Cap. I don't know why I'm asking for Goblin Cap, but I am. And now go do your work orders. See? Needs office. Do cabinets add value to the bedrooms? They add the value of the cabinet to the bedroom. So this cabinet adds a value of 10 to the bedroom. This chest adds a value of 30 to the bedroom. But a cabinet is where dwarfs put their used clothing. So if they have clothes that they can't wear anymore or don't want to wear anymore, they put it in the cabinet. Chest is where they put their used items that they don't want to carry around anymore. So an example is if you have clothing anywhere, if you have clothing everywhere in your fortress, you probably need some cabinets. It's usually a sign that you need some cabinets. Also in an ad. Do they actually use it? Do you ever check them? Of course they use them. They store owned items all the time, as long as they have a bedroom assigned to them with a cabinet in it. Yeah. No, absolutely they use them. There's a reason why when a dwarf dies, then suddenly 250 pieces of used clothing get thrown into your stockpiles. Maybe not 250, but a lot of pieces of used clothing usually get thrown into my stockpiles. You don't need to do that, what Salty is saying. If you want to filter out used clothing, make a refuse pile and allow clothing to be put into the refuse pile. And then damaged clothing will get put into the refuse pile. But they'll only get put into the refuse pile if it's not claimed, so if it's not owned by anybody. So there could be a piece of, like a shoe sitting on the floor in the middle of your tavern, but it's owned by Eurus number 45, and Eurus number 45 isn't going to put it away because Eurus number 45 is very messy. And no other dwarves will put it away on their behalf. So that'll just sit there until they die. And then it'll be thrown away. See them use cabinets but not chests? Do you have like dwarves that have crafts that they've claimed that have actually started to degrade? That they've replaced? Because it's very rare that dwarves will actually have enough crafts equipped that they'll replace them. But yes, they do use them. I had a dwarf once that had about 45 scepters in a chest. They don't use them as often. Are you in Canada or close to the proximity of Canada? I don't know. I get ads in French sometimes. Maybe you got lucky. Who knows? Or unlucky? What's unlucky about getting French ads? So much construction going on in this fort. I don't know. What was I saying? I already finished what I was saying. I can't remember what I was saying when you left, so... I don't, or more accurately, I don't know what I was saying when you left. Well, clearly it wasn't that important. I was mostly just talking about how I think it's amazing that you didn't dig down to the first cavern layer in 50 hours. Like, how else were you trying to find, like, you know, iron if you... Anyway. That's all. It wasn't really important. It's just poking fun. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm just making fun of you, that's all. That's literally all I was doing. I wasn't doing anything even remotely productive. I was simply making fun of you a little bit because I thought it was funny. Okay, so let's get that one backpack over here. Let's get them amulets up in heezers. I guess I could do hatch covers. Do a bunch of body parts. I don't need those, though. It's a very expensive mug. Let's do the large gems. Why not? Actually, let's just do one large gem. I'm really curious as to what they brought. Some things. What the plan is for this fort? Very small population, and we're using it as a very short explorer of this world. I'm going to spend today building up the rest of the basics for the fort, and then tomorrow I'm going to make armor for a bunch of adventurers, and then I'm going to do some adventures tomorrow next to this fortress. And then we're going to start a new fortress close by as part of the same faction in the same world, but playing as... I'll buy that. But instead of playing as this fortress, as a different fortress on a local volcano close by, and we will use that as the first real fortress in this fort. And then we'll come up with some goal for that one. But it'll be built around adventurers that happen to have higher value gear. Specifically, I want to build a fortress with adventurers that happen to have those magical items that were recently added to the game, because I think those are super cool. I did ask them to bring some gypsum plaster, so I'll buy some of those. Buy those crutches. Tempted to buy that book, but I'm just not going to. I will buy some cheese, though. I don't think they brought much other in the way of food, so I'll buy that pineapple that they brought. I'll buy them fishes, and I'll buy them meats. And why not? Okay, can't afford the steel anvil, so won't buy the steel anvil then. I'll buy the red sandbag, though. Made an irrigation system before messing with metals. I don't know, an elephant farm seemed more interesting than metal industry. Elephant farm, do whatever you think is interesting. Like, that's the beauty of Dwarf. Just do what you find interesting and intriguing. I mean, this world is very quickly becoming obvious as a interesting fortress for adventurers and visitors because of all of these visitors we're getting down here. And if I'm getting this many visitors down in the goddamn Arctic, imagine what we'll get if we're somewhere closer to society or a higher value place that's, you know, intended to actually have some reason to visit. Outside of being the only town in a tavern in the wilderness, which is currently all we got, really. Okay, I'll make this pasture a little bigger. I think they're protesting with how small it'd be. It's a dwarf tourist trap. Isn't that most fortresses? Having them close by. The only thing that causes visitors to come by is if you happen to have visitors in the vicinity that can come by and visit. That is the only thing that affects it that I know of. I'm actually just going to deconstruct a bunch of these. Just do some walls. Does civilization count matter? Yes. Every setting in the game's world generation settings matters. But, like, if you don't want there to be as many playable factions, lower that number. But if they all die, then you'll end up with an unplayable world, at least in fort mode. In terms of migration, so migration doesn't necessarily come from your faction. Migration comes from dwarves that are available, right? They may not necessarily be a part of your faction. That is a factor, but as an example, you can start as a faction with 0 population, or 1 population, who's a king who has been kidnapped and lives with the goblins and hasn't seen a dwarf in the last 50 years, and that's the only member of the faction. But you can still go start a fortress as that faction, because they'll come from the refugees, which are spread around everywhere, which you can find in adventure mode, primarily. But not so much in fortress mode. You've never made anything of steel? Well, obviously something died with a steel shield. Somebody put it there. Why are you stealing somebody's shields? You should put up a lost and found sign. Those things are expensive. I'm mostly joking, but like, probably cavern critters. The cavern dwellers will sometimes have steel gear. Honestly, I would rather find some steel gear than have someone show up to steal my gear. The younger generations would be like, who's this weird guy and we keep locked up here anyways? Yeah, right. That or the younger generations would just be going, can we keep him? I was going to put those in here, but I kind of screwed up that. Oh well. Okay, how many more bedrooms do I need? Quite a few, but also not a ton, so that's good. I once had a fort in a world with a single dwarf faction with a population of 20. Turned out to be thriving fort with over 200 in about 10 in-game years. Yeah, because like if you run around the overworld in adventure mode, there's tons of bandit gangs and things that are not counted as part of faction population that are everywhere. They're full of humans, dwarves, and other things. Those people can all be located and, you know, tricked into joining you against their better judgment. Yeah, we'll do that up top. That's the way I'll do this. I'll do the door top side. Like up there. Would really suck to be the dwarf that has the bedroom over here, because you have to walk all the way up and then right next to this giant drop. It's fine. I could make an igloo. This isn't really an igloo, though. I guess these are a bit closer to igloos. This is kind of an igloo. Currently, it's more of a ice tower. It's his personal bathroom. It's the ensuite. More like the off-suite. Spoken like a true realtor. That or it's like the bedpan dump zone. Look at all these dwarves dancing. They're simulating a sip cat. And a Bazda. And an Ira. Oops, that's set to multi. Okay, so this is just going to be connected to the tavern. The Heart of Winter. For it is situated at the very heart of winter. And I'm going to throw down another one of those right there. Now there's more space for them to go around and hang out. Got meals being made. I think it may be party time. At least it sounded like it for a second, and then it stopped. Hello, Stormwolf. How are you? You know, Ice Blue, I gotta say that your name is like the most appropriate for this fort. I think I found an audio bug. All right, they figured it out finally. Hey, Chad, it's party time. So it's time for you guys to post your favorite dancing emotes in the chat. You know, I gotta say that this fort's off to a pretty good start. And we didn't have much of it in the last fort, did we? It's a good song. It's been a while since we've had a good party in the chat, too. Yeah, I guess YouTube does just straight up have a party button, don't they? Osprem clapped swims. Of course it's a human. Who's also equipped with a book. Interpretations of the Dwarves. Is this an offensive interpretation? This is a llama parchment scroll. The rollers are made from petrified wood. Written on the item is an essay entitled Interpretations of the Dwarves, authored by Zephon Edrathasab. It concerns the creation of the Wizard's Guide to Bronzewad by the dwarf necromancer Zephon. Treasure board in the midwinter of 135. The writing indulges the author's every whim, and the prose is splendid. I think that's probably fine. Welcome to the fort. Random bonk stick person. You know, that's like the first break these dwarves have had since getting here. Up until this point, they've just been working basically nonstop. Doing things like building houses and other various time-consuming things. I kind of feel for these dwarves. I think they've earned a break. But we just have a few more constructions we need to do to get these bedrooms donesies. And then up here, plunk some of these doors in. Doesn't seem to be about dwarves at all. Well, it's about a dwarves writing. But it seems to be a flattering writing. Also, we don't know what the Wizard's Guide to whatever the heck the other thing was. I'm actually kind of curious. How many more beds do I have? 2. Let's queue up some more beds. Let's do 12. I'm quite happy with this little housing unit thing. It's cool. But once we can get everybody housed again, then we don't need to worry so much about bedrooms for a little bit. So I can get these 2 made. It's for Ton. It's for Manum. Then we just need a few more for our adventurers / monster hunters. But yeah, I think you're probably right, Stormwolf. It's not a super on-topic book. But let's jump down to the caverns. Looking good down here. All right. I'm going to set this up as priority number 1. Now we just need to wait. We'll flood this, which will be fine. And I'll dig this out down here, which will also be fine. And this is going to be where we're going to start forging. And this is going to be for metal ores. Obviously metal paddles, naturally. And then all this down here is just going to be dumped up to here, which will take a little bit probably. Burning down the workshops, burning down the house. All right, there you go. The volcano can get to wake. There she blues. Also, it's a good thing we found some water over here. Is there anything on the map at all? Nope, just the visitors. Man, this is one of the most passive visitor areas I've ever seen. Well, it'd be more like melting down the house, but we just have to slightly edit the lyrics. If you have multiple garbage dumps, they will always choose the closest one. Correct. They will, in fact, use the whichever one is closest. Well, that's going to be a slow walk. But most of these dwarves are hauling the hematite ore down here. I'm going to just chuck 2 wheelbarrows into that. Go over to you. Go. Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow. Just make 2 of them. And not worry about it too much. Struck a bed. Door and a door. Do 2 more bedrooms. Doesn't need to be anything super fancy. And these 2 beds given to you, and then have a spare. All right, we're all caught up on beds. So now let's get back below ground. So I would presume that this will get done pretty quick. And then I just need all this stuff to get taken out. Once those are all out, then we can properly, I do mean properly, begin forging. And also we fortunately have a nice big stockpile of wood everywhere. So I can just use our local wood supply to get us some of the, much needed charcoal. Can also dig out all this. If you could do gem floors over lava channels. You mean like a floor window instead of like a wall window? Sort of like how you can do wall grates and floor grates. Because, like, you can make gem walls, sort of. That would be interesting. Wouldn't be against it. All the way, I'm going to go over to here and make a glass furnace. What should I make out of glass, chat? What do you think? Well, first off, I'm going to empty up all of those glass bags that I have, because I got a bunch of bags made out of glass. Maybe I should make glass grates. Glass magma safe? Yep. Let's do green glass grate. And collect sand. And I'm going to... It's very convenient that it's like right here, though. Very convenient. And now all these stones are finally getting removed. Plopped over there. All right. All that has now been removed. So I'm actually just going to make our rock grate real quick. Just use day sight because it's close. Because I'm going to need some grates to be able to walk across this. Otherwise, this is going to actually be kind of dangerous. Make a nice ceiling for a greenhouse. Nothing above ground is farmable here. Nothing is above ground farmable here, rather. So making a greenhouse would be pointless. Completely. Completely pointless. Fancy glass goblets for the tavern? Maybe. I'm thinking... I think we'll just do green glass blocks for starters. But it needs a little bit, it needs more lava first before it'll work. And this needs to finish filling, which is going to take a little bit. Will take a little bit. Because it's trying to fill all this. It's got a ways to go first. But let's see, do I have those grates yet? Yeah, we do. That we do. Yeah, the population is set to 35 or 30. It's either 30 or 35. Very small population. Elder Pie. Statues, windows, and instruments. How do you keep sand from being fungus floor? Put a grate on it. Or just simply use sand walls if they're available. But yeah, you do that. Or just make sure it's a very heavily trafficked area, and then dwarves will run over top of it repeatedly, which will trample the grass. Okay, now that those have been constructed, I can tell a dwarf to go do that. This is going to look pretty schwanky, I think. The goblins won't notice that you're there if you have less than 80 population by default. That being said, if you attack them, they'll attack you. And if they notice you're there somehow, which there are some ways they can notice, they'll attack you. There we go. Our forge is feeling. Or a floor, or anything, Lemstar, yeah. Construct and deconstruct on that tile is the classic advice on how to unfungus. Unfungus. I'm going to use that word. That series of words, which just sounds fun to say, but probably isn't the most accurate. Yes, you can unfungus a floor by building a wall on it and then deconstructing the wall. Oh, apparently that new Project Zomboid build's actually out? Huh. They updated that game? Weird. They don't do that very often. I guess that explains why it's trending. Not that much higher than normal, that being said. Well, good for them. Maybe one day I can be tricked into playing that game again. I've been working on it for years. Duh, I'm being sarcastic, mate. Thin unstable? Ah, okay. Yeah, naturally. We gotta speak in mushroom speak. And Dreamer Gamer, Thanks for the $2. I really like these these super chat goals. They've really activated the audience, and I've made $12 off of this now run out super chat goal. Maybe I should have super chat goals on YouTube every day now. You failed to add? Well, did you successfully subtract, though? Because if you successfully subtracted, then you don't need to add. Nope. Well, then. Can't help ya. You just F'd in Twitch chat math? Ah. Hey chat, can I get some F's for our friend here's math abilities? Nice Blue, thanks for gifting a sub to Neko Boy. Appreciate ya. Alright, so now that all that's done. Smelt hematite. If amount of hematite is greater than 10. Smelt 10. Do her. Get her dunzers. From Google Opinion Rewards. This is something I've never heard of before. But I believe it. I have a strand extractor? Where did you come from, man? Where's your spouse? That's my broker. Got no gerb. I was gonna say, did you do your job? Looks like you did. Now, did the sand job get immediately canceled? Because I have a feeling it may have. Yeah, I guess it did. Because this ain't full enough yet. Ah, well. It'll take a little bit still to fill up. It's getting there, though. Strange moods, or maybe you want to construct something with it. Because you can set it as stuff to construct, right? So if you want to use it for something, you can. I also like the fact that all these dwarves are using hematite ore that they carried themselves by hand over to here. I love their dedication. You're making blind look at YouTube chat again? Well, it worked. Thanks for the additional $2, Brovik. Hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? For the random $2 tosses I'm getting into YouTube chat today. Hey, man, those $2 add up. It's like more than I'll get in ad revenue for the stream, that's for sure. Usually make like $8 to $10 tops. Which ain't nothing, though, so I ain't complaining. All right, so let's peek around. What other trees do we have about? Let's just get some more goblin caps chopped down because I want to use those as floors. Goblin caps. I'm going to have to gobble up all of these caps. It's a very quiet fort so far. Have to keep that in mind when we start the next one. There goes the hematite. I'm also going to need to make a couple wood furnaces. Because the wood furnaces are how we're going to actually make some of this into... May actually just plop one of these suckers down here. And start making some blocks. Another bard named a Sob. Must be sobbing a lot. Can't be the happiest person, that's for sure. Kind of amazed I haven't seen any, like, magma crabs or anything yet. Well, the iron begins. Nope, that's walls. I wanted floors, but wrong button. That's not what I wanted to hit. That's what I wanted to hit. I don't know why I'm using so much goblin cap here, but I am. I'm even building goblin cap on the goblin cap. Do I have a plan for the magma crabs? Nope. Scream loudly. Hope the dwarves are decent at dodging. Honestly, right now, I don't really have a plan for anything. It's just a lot of tempting fate. Which, you know, is sometimes the entertaining option. YouTube seems to be faster than Twitch. In what way? As in, like, you have less delay over there? Because almost always YouTube has about 8 to 10 seconds more delay than Twitch does. There's no layers above. Lava goes to the layer that it goes to and not higher. So if you have one lava spout at layer minus 40 and one at layer minus 20, the one at layer minus 40 will not go higher than minus 40. Unless you attach the two of them together. That sounds like your internet thing then. Because according to my analytics here, I have a significantly less delay to Twitch. That's an average of 4.5 to 8 seconds. Hey, Twitch chat. YouTube chat wants to know what the ideal drinks ratio is. More than 0. As long as you have at least more than 0, you have enough drinks. That's my response. Let's see, 172. Let's just do 80. Well, they said drinks ratio. You drive per dwarf per season? As long as I've got more than 0, I'm good. 10 to 15 drinks per dwarf is more than enough. So, like, if you actually want the numbers, dwarves drink twice per season. And they don't need to drink that much. They just will. So unless you have a shit ton of visitors, you don't need a huge amount of drinks. I often will pop into streams and they'll have like 10,000 drinks, and it's like, that's a bad idea because dwarves will just go to whatever the closest high-value drink is to them. And if dwarves drink the same type of alcohol repeatedly, they'll get upset with it, and they'll start getting upset thoughts about it, and say things like, man, I'm drinking the same old booze. I'm like, man, all I have is Jack Daniels? Did you guys not buy anything else? Jesus. And it's that kind of thing. So dwarves like variety in their lives. So if you have a shit ton of drinks, make sure at the very least you have a lot of variety in that shit ton of drinks. Otherwise, your dwarves will actually get kind of upset with you because you don't have enough variety. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you have shit tons and you're also using them as an ingredient for meals, then yeah, whatever. But still, like, make sure that you still have drink variety. Because you will get upset dwarves. It's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. And down here, let's go wood furnace. Yeah, why not? Let's make you out of cinnabar. It's a fun color. Yep, barrels. Barrels refrigerate foodstuffs. Well, they preserve them. You don't need to refrigerate them. But just put them in barrels and in food stockpiles. And they'll automatically be preserved. Because they don't use salt, I presume they use dwarven saliva or some other natural preservative. Definitely, yep. Well, until the barrels degrade down to nothing, which takes about 400 years in-game. This isn't RimWorld. You don't have to worry about the game intentionally trying to make your life unfun. The only time you'll have issues with food rotting is if you run out of space in your stockpiles. Or run out of dwarves to move stuff to your stockpiles. DF has true political intrigue, Bulldog. You're just not very good at reading it, I suppose. We already have religious persecution and wars of jealousy. What more do you need? Internal arguments, familial disputes, arguing over land values, booting people out because of their hobbies. Sure, Montecore. Although asking some random biased streamer if Dwarf Fortress will ever have a feature that you specifically are not satisfied with in the current game is never going to land you with a satisfying response to your question. Because I'm not the person to ask. The developers would be the person to ask. In the monthly future of the Fortress, most likely. And actually fleshing out what you mean by the question would help too. These are all things the game already has, Garfield fan. There are no pawns in Dwarf Fortress. There are prawns, though. If you want a game with pawns in it, you should go play RimWorld, Political Bulldog in YouTube chat. Or chess, there's at least 16 pawns. True, yeah. You know, that's more pawns than most people's RimWorld runs. Anyway, I think I've had enough of the YouTube chat for the minute. You have a question about crops growing? Which crops would be the best to grow in terms of making flour? Wheats. But you want something that isn't just going to turn into drinks immediately, right? So you want something that you can grow at scale. I don't know, whatever you have the most copious access to, really. I mean, cave wheat's a good example. Or probably what I would do, just because it's the most consistently available. But if you're farming somewhere where you have surface farming available, I would go for one of the surface crops, like rye or something, because they can grow around the season if you're playing in fort mode. But that's a mechanic I don't generally mess with that much because I never really found it to have a reason to exist, if that makes any sense. Like, I really need a mechanic to be there for a notable reason, I guess. Charcoal. It's less than 35. Make 50. Of course, it's more active. That's where the majority of the chat is. I've also been streaming on Twitch for, 11 years now. Whereas I've only been streaming on YouTube for a year and 2 months. Twitch has been the backbone of this gig for a very long time. And the reason all of this content that you watch here exists. You were wondering if Twitch has more savvy DF players versus YouTube? This might just be my biasy showing and the place that I spend more time community building. A lot more meanness comes from YouTube, to put it simply. So, because the way YouTube is designed to keep you on YouTube, watching YouTube. It's not designed to keep you on a stream or a video or a person's channel. It's designed to keep you on YouTube. They distract you constantly with things around. They make you click on a thing, go somewhere else, and watch something else, right? That's how YouTube works. They'll cycle you back around through stuff, but they want you to stay on YouTube. The way Twitch works is they want you to stay on a channel because that's how they get the most engagement. And so the average watch time I have on YouTube for a stream, regardless of what the average view count is about 20 minutes. The average watch time I have on a Twitch stream for an average viewer is about an hour and 45 minutes. When my view counts are lower, it can sometimes go as high as 3 hours for the average user's watch time, which is nutty. So because of this, you end up with a lot of people on Twitch that are a lot more into the games that they're watching, if that makes sense. Because people start watching a stream, they keep that stream there on their other monitor, and they go do other things. Because YouTube is designed to keep you on YouTube, not on a person's channel. So the result is you end up with a lot more intertwined communities, people who know each other. It's more like a Discord server or an IRC chat or, I don't know, a Ventrilo server or a TeamSpeak server or something. It's like it's a place of a community that people go to watch a thing. Whereas with YouTube, as great as YouTube can be and as powerful as a networking tool and like marketing tool that YouTube can be, it's a much harder place to build a consistent community because everybody's always being distracted by the shiny thing here going, hey, watch me. Watch me. Watch these 3 unskippable ads on this next video. Watch me. Watch me. So that's generally why I prioritize Twitch over YouTube, unless I'm doing a premiere or something, or like responding to YouTube comments. But that's why I primarily prioritize Twitch. It's also why you get a lot of questions that have very little insight about the game that they're asking questions about. Haven't gotten many of those today, though, fortunately. But you'll get people who just popped in from something completely unrelated, and they're like, the fuck is this? It's like their initial response. Haven't gotten any of that today, which is good. But sometimes when you're streaming on YouTube, you'll just get person who's never seen game before pop in and just go, this is dumb. The fuck is this? And then they've already left before you respond because they're not expecting you to respond. Like, it's pretty clear, like, Twitch's idea of engaging with your audience is talking to your chat, right? YouTube's idea of engaging with your audience is running polls constantly. And, like, One of the funniest things that I noticed today is now I have this quick button to make goals, which I did. I did one for super chats, and thank you to those of you who've tossed the super chats. But it gives you an option to like set a thing that you will do if you meet the super chat goal, and the default is run a Q&A. To which I have to ask the people running YouTube, the fuck do you think I'm doing during all of my streams all the times? How's that like... Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do a Q&A. Anyway, I don't know. YouTube is silly sometimes. It's not a bad idea to write about it, but no, I haven't written about it. Tomorrow. Any cool, unique projects I would like to try? I know of that you'd like to try but haven't yet. Not really, no. And if I had sneaky, secret, and unique projects, why would I tell you? Because then you might steal it. Ergalicious, what's up, dude? Fucking long time no see. What you been up to, mate? Hopefully life's been good. Start a Reddit. Hire a review bot. I don't know. Okay, so we're now making charcoal. Do 10 pig iron. And 10 steel bars. But things have been all right. Nothing's been crazy, but we're getting by. One day at a time. Montecore, thanks for the prime as well.
Crypt Rambler.
Speaking of alcohol, I should actually up the amount of alcohol that we have right now. It's a little on the low side. Let's just do if we get under, let's say not less than 20, let's say less than 45, make 35, make 50. We'll do that. That's plenty. Plenty, plenty, plenty. Also making glass stuff. We're doing glass grates. Amongst other things. Let's do green glass blocks. And do a hundo of them. YouTube default goal should be auto pick, should be record an apology video. Or record a video entitled The Blind IRL Situation is Crazy. I was thinking about doing a year in review video and calling it that for on a lark, but I don't know. Needs unrotten cookable item. Well, I don't have any cookable items that are not rotten. I just have to read this out loud because of how audacious I think it is. Camille B says on YouTube, I'd hop on Twitch if it wasn't so predatory here in comparison to other sites. You think Twitch is more predatory than YouTube? What? If you mean you can't block the ads, that's fine. Like, yeah, you can't block the ads because it's actually like set up well, but what? It's probably what they mean, is it's because you can't block the ads. No, the ads on Twitch function. Ergalicious. See, I realize this is an unpopular opinion, but I like the fact that Twitch will continue to exist because it has ads that work. Have you looked at the YouTube chat recently, Rory Holston? It's got a giant flashy heart button and chat that scrolls that's hard to read. And as far as ads on Twitch go, there's only as many ads as the streamer sets up. So if the streamer sets up a lot of ads, that's on the streamer, not on Twitch. I automate ads on Twitch, yes. But it's 3 minutes per hour. Which, if you've ever watched soap operas with your grandma, you'll see more ads in 25 minutes. Has a 1 minute pre-roll? Yeah. Yeah. Does you find the app to be better? It is definitely a better app for, like, YouTube is absolutely better for recorded video. Like, genuinely. The reason I pay for YouTube Premium is I was tired of getting ads for actual scams. So. Yeah, I don't know. People, I think, are very brand loyal. I think the one thing that we can all agree on is Kick is a waste of time and a platform that shouldn't exist. But at the end of the day, pick the platform you like watching on and watch there. But if you watch on YouTube, you will get less responses from me because I don't look at the chat as much. Freaking butt coin scams. Quit shitting out your coins, man. Keep them in there if that's what you like. Yeah, and before Kick, it was what? Hit. I'm waiting for the ads to run because they're about to run. The next, but before Kick, it was Hitbox. Before that, it was. It never really was Beam. Mixer was pretty good about not doing that. Smashcast. That's the other one. I don't think Smashcast still exists. I'm pretty sure Smashcast is just dead. Yeah, in-game virus, and you're part of the problem. Like, I've said this, like, I've just about at least once every stream for the past year, which is use ad block. Don't brag about it. Because all you're doing is directly taking money away from people like me. It's just funny to me when people in one sentence will be like, hire an editor, make video faster. Also, I'm ad blocking your videos. It's like, well, you just answered the question as to why or part of the reason as to why I haven't hired an editor. It's hysterical to me. No, it doesn't use Twitch's broadcasting backend, Echo Boy. It uses AWS like most of the rest of the internet. But no, it does not use Twitch's broadcasting backend that runs their own proprietary backend and front end. They did very much like stencil out Twitch's layout. Nice. There we go. Nice, nice. You want a limited network? That's fine. Contribute your views. But that's why I say just don't brag about it, right? At the end of the day, if I had my way, everybody would just support me through my website and I would stream on my own platform. But I don't live in that world. Maybe that world will happen in the future. But at this point, I can't even get people to sign up for a free newsletter consistently, so... Good luck with anything else. Yeah, no, that was a rumor that was running around when Kick first formed, but no, they don't. Although they do both, in fact, use AWS, which isn't the same thing. Because most of the internet uses AWS. I really like the way these pillars look, so I'm going to plop in more of them. But yeah, I will continue streaming on YouTube. I will continue streaming on Twitch, and I will continue prioritizing the Twitch chat. Because as much as I like the fact that I'm able to stream on YouTube, and as great as it is, it's like YouTube, all of the ad revenue and all of the revenue I get from the streams is less than a quarter of what I make on Twitch in a month, most months. Around Christmas, it goes up a bit because ad revenue gets better on YouTube. But the rest of the year, it is a fraction of what I make on Twitch. So it is what it is. You prioritize the primary platform. And Twitch is the primary platform. But that being said, thanks for watching, YouTube folks. It's still very, very early days, Shutterbug. Still is early days. I really like the way this little pit mine looks, though. Should do some more digging into here. Quite happy with how this whole thing has been turning out. We're getting some steel going. And hopefully by tomorrow we can run some adventurers and then start up a new fort on a couple days from now. Should be a good time. I mean, I don't post the VODs on the main channel, I post them here. And I do that because I don't want to spam up my subscription box because I'm old and I value my subscription box, I guess. I don't want to spam up the subscription box with VODs. So the VODs go there on a delay. Because you do need to remember, a lot of this stuff exists so that I can promote the Twitch channel. Jet. Neko boy. That'd be about it. Hunting dog has given birth to a puppy. I'm getting puppies. Yeah, Jet's the only one that I can really say that I'm fond of. That and any flux. Having copious amounts of dolomite's nice. Ryu is making steel. Although I think here, I'm just going to go here and type in marble. Marb! I'm pretty sure that's what I have, right? Yep. But honestly, I think right now, like, a lot of my favorite building materials are the cavern forests. I've got a lot of random soldiers joining, jeez. I really am looking forward and hoping that Tarn implements chosen adventurers showing up at your fort, like the normal mercenaries. I just think that would be really cool. It'd be really neat to just have some dude show up with just like, it's the magic sword of petrifying or something. And then you're like, ah, I'm going to make you into a pancake. And then just squish him with a rock or something and then take his stuff. Be like, thanks for the free sword, motherfucker. When is the new movie of one of my fortresses? When I edit one. I've been editing and working on different videos for a while. Put out a Caves of Cut video that did okay. Put out an adventure mode video about, what, 10 days ago now? 8 days ago? They take me about a month and a half to make. So we're working. The last two were smaller projects, but it was 2 of them. God sends an angel of revenge for killing their chosen. Oh, that'd be cool. But how can they prove that it was me? You have no proof, God! Or maybe they do. I don't know. Let's move the kitchens down into here. And the god's like, are you accusing me of lying? And I'm like, no, but I'm accusing you of bad bookkeeping. Let's plop 2 stills down here. Let's make you out of tower cap. And a kitchen. It'll be a very kitschy kitchen, but it'll still be a kitchen. I do have to say, I'm kind of like flattered by how many people have been asking about new videos though. But just realize that these videos take time to make. And I stream almost 40 hours a week most weeks, if not more than 40 hours a week. Last week I streamed for 60. So, you know, I have a life too, believe it or not. He fell into the boulder head first 10 times. Repeatedly. Actually, more likely, I didn't kill your chosen. He stepped in front of my minecart. It's not my fault. The minecart was going at 280,000 kilometers per second. What do you mean I'm using impulse ramps? What do you mean that breaking the laws of physics is a crime against gods? Oh, well. Mach yes. Mach yes! Sounds like something they would use in a, like, Metal Gear. Well, I am out of ice. Well, time to get back to digging on the ice. Mach yeet. The speed of yeet. Ay, ay, ay. What has the world come to? It's a grim place. These should all get moved underground, I think. So much random cartilage. Let's just decorate stuff with bone, because I've got a lot of bone. What's everybody doing? Dwarves attending meetings. Monster Slayer's doing nothing of value. My broker is snoozing. You're making charcoal. Major, you're going to be assigned to this. See how many bars we have. Got 6 steel bars. All right, well, let me check this. So, chat, what should I make armor for first? A barn owl man, beetle man, grasshopper man, impala man, jaguar man, leopard man, lorikeet man, monarch, butterfly man, monitor, lizard man, or snail man, or a vulture man. Shift to God's POV as his worshippers zoom over his head while he tries to do his thing. Anything Arctic themed? Well, that's the list I got here. Could just start off with a dwarf. They're all very squishy. They're also pretty small mostly, so they're going to be very weighed down. Let's start off with a snailman. So let's make a single iron statue of a snail man. Nope, not of a historical figure. So let's make a single iron statue. Specify new image, creature. A snail man. Done. We're just gonna make one. And then I'm gonna figure out where the hell I'm putting these. I'm actually kind of thinking about putting them out here, because I think this would be fitting. And I will put a pedestal there, and then the statue there, and then I'll put all their stuff on the pedestal. Without being attacked, because I turned off the cavern invaders. Like I shut them off. They don't exist. You can turn them off in the difficulty settings. I turn them off because I think they're poorly balanced. That being said, this area has been like weirdly dead when it comes to like creatures, like wildlife. Like I really kind of feel like there should be more wildlife, but there isn't. It's a little odd. That's weird. Guess they finished collecting sand or something. I don't know if it's bugged necessarily, because like the way the cavern critters work is it's based on the local populations, right? And because I'm like in a very weird bottom corner of the map, technically on top of an ocean, it wouldn't surprise me too much if there's just nothing here. I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's bugged though. It's more just like an artifact of the way the game works. What, the caverns? Oh yeah. Yeah, I've done that before. I can't remember. I think it was Apple Bottom was the fort that I did that last. The VODs are on the VODs channel. I think it was Apple Bottom I did that. So let's say steel helm. Make one. And it'll be for a snail man. Yeah, if you wall off the edges of the caverns, but it's usually a lot of fighting you have to do before they all piss off. Thanks to my tutorials. Well, just make sure that you keep the hot stuff outside of the fort, yeah? Because otherwise that could go poorly. I was supposed to make that into a wood stockpile. I guess I never did. On a couple of ways to seal off the caverns. Do I? If I do, that's news to me, DS. I mean, here, if you want to seal off the caverns, it's literally just make sure that you seal them all the way to the ceiling. So you'll have to build, like, scaffolding or something. I use bridges as scaffolding, but literally just go here and do this. Like, that. That'll seal off the caverns. But yeah, if I have a video on how to seal off caverns, I do not recall making one. It's certainly possible I did, though. Wouldn't be the first time I made something and then immediately forgot. Why would you seal it off? So that it's safe for you to farm and live in? Or so that you can only allow creatures to enter from a specific spot so that you have more control over how many and how often they attack you and from where. Mostly that. So you're making steel bars. Kind of tempted to just do this on you. Dropping wall sections? Sure, but that's not how I would advise you do that. I did that in the worst map for video for Godly Tombs. But, like, I would not recommend you seal off caverns that way. I mean, sure, that's a way to do it, but that's not how I would recommend you do it. Just build walls at the edge. So you can farm invaders? I don't know if I would do it that way, but you could do it that way. In a row with dead mud caves? Why do you keep starting new worlds? That's a little silly. Lena Seedern is another monster hunter. Welcome to Z Fort. Try to focus on the practical side of the matter. Alrighty, Major. I think the game's just like making fun of you for like causing 3 apocalypses because you didn't find the right type of trees in Game Virus. Do I ever use impulse ramps? No, not really. I don't really use impulse ramps because, like, I think everybody has, like, their limits and what they consider cheating. I consider impulse ramps cheating. Because you can, like, eviscerate half an army with a wooden minecart. Like, that's ridiculous. I'd rather, like, just make a minecart shotgun and fire lava at things. You just wanted a volcano fort? Make a fort with more volcanoes. Or make a world with more volcanoes, rather. Pour lava on the water. You ended up with frame rate death? Well, I mean, only if things are trying to path across the water or the lava. If dwarves aren't in the area where the lava's being poured, it shouldn't hurt your frame rate that much. Like, sure, maybe a little bit, but not that much. I really wish I could nickname these. Oh, you went to sleep. Go figure. But yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, for me, I would just pour lava on it. As far as, like, sealing off water areas. Because that's the only way to stop flow from the actual edges, and that's the way I've done it in every fort recently where I've needed to do that, is just pour lava on it. Like, it's sort of like the inverse of, like, well, what do you do when you need to, like, thaw out a bunch of ice? It's like, well, put lava underneath it. And it kind of sucks for me to have that as, like, my default response, even though that is my response, is because, like, that's certainly not an easy task, especially if you're new to the game, but it's the best I got, man. So there's a statue for our Snailman Adventurer. Yeah, you need pearl ash for clear glass, which is made in a kiln. Two more human birds are visiting. He'll get here any day now. Yeah. He's right behind the hare adventurer. And right behind the turtle adventurer. I feel like the snail man adventurer should probably have some lighter armor. Like leather armor, maybe? Like, let's just make leather armor. Specify size. Snailman. One of them. And let's make it out of polar bear leather. Because that's way too funny to not. Turns out there's too many tasks again. Like, way too many tasks. You're decorating with bone, you're smelting hematite. You guys are all constructing buildings. Let's just pause a lot of this for right now. None of this is super, life critical here. I know I'm missing some of them, but that's okay. They'll finish the ones that I miss. We'll pluck away at it. Kind of just want these to get done. Considering most of these dwarves are making pig iron and amongst other things. Yeah, and that is correct. You make potash, which you make into pearl ash. That's one of those, like, series of crafting things that I always have to look up. Every time. Doesn't matter how much I've been playing recently, I always have to look them up. Because it always catches me off. Or I just go, wait, what the fuck? Okay, so helm, the small steel helm, leather armor, haven't made any yet, but we'll get to that. Can your dwarves die to the lava you got there if they fall in it? So like asking, can you die to, you know, the traffic that drives past you? It's like, sure, if you're in front of it. Or if it hits you. They're made of obsidian. That's what they're made of. The black ones. Nendok runs the first donation. The first pedestal. What else should I make for this snail man, chat? Just gonna forbid that. Not unless someone pushes them. Dwarves don't just... There's a lot of stories, I think, about, like, dwarves slipping and falling. They don't really slip and fall for no reason. It's usually because something shoved them, pushed them, scared them, startled them, made them jump. So if, like, a magma man or a fire imp crawls out of this and runs and attacks a dwarf, then they might fall. But them just going about their normal business? No, not really. Can they wear a single shoe, Clairvor? I'm presuming they can. Steel high boot. Then. And snail men. Let's also make a steel buckler. We'll just make 10 of those. And a, maybe not 10, but we'll make 2. And a steel... Let's do a steel short sword. 1. And 2. How many boots does a snail really need, though? Exactly as many as they can fit on their foot. Meanwhile, Dwarf up here is busy telling poetry. Speaking poetry. Yes, Shutterbug. Which is why the symbol of this fortress is a rendition of the Heart of Winter, which is a finely crafted image of a dwarf, a barn owl man, a beetle man, an elf, a goblin, a grasshopper man, a human, a impala man, a jaguar man, a leopard man, a lorikeet man, a monarch butterfly man, a monitor lizard man, a snail man, a vulture man, a longsword, a blazing sun, and a bumblebee. The blazing sun is admiring the longsword. The bumblebee is cooking the longsword. Yes, there are monitor lizardmen. There are man varieties of some lizards. I don't think there's iguana mans, though. You have questions about? The amount of, like, scalies and furries in this game? Or, like, why am I making armor for a snail? It's because tomorrow I'm going to be a snail. Probably. Tomorrow evening, more likely, actually. Which means I need to make 2 thumbnails for YouTube tomorrow. Adventuring in the slow lane. Hey, man, I like to take the scenic route, Drakensoul. Come on. You gotta respect the scenic route. I mean, please. Thumb snails. Hardy, hardy, hard. I respect it. Actually, just gonna pause for a second. Speaking of thumbnails. I'm just gonna screenshot this. That'll be my thumbnail for adventure mode. Snails have a foot. I'm pretty sure they can't wear shoes in Dwarfort, but I think they can wear a sock. I think. I don't know. If worst case scenario, they just simply use the shoe as like a blunt force trauma weapon, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Salmon's sock is the size of a sleeping bag. Yeah. Just don't tell the anaconda lady anything. Let's do some more magma smelters. Make these ones out of green glass, why not? Do I recommend you play DF Classic? I recommend you play Dwarf Fortress. Whichever version you like or feel drawn to. DF Classic is the same game. So play Dwarf Fortress. If you're asking, do I recommend you play older versions of the game? No. Do I recommend you play the game? Yes. DF Classic, which is free on the Bay 12 website, is the same game. Let's play it. It's a good game. That's going to take a while to get constructed. Okay, so over here, for my future snailman, made 2. Well, we'll put them both there. And the short sword. Is there anything else that we made over here? Oh, right, a buckler. So dwarves will bring all these items over, and yes, you can put multiple items on a pedestal. And is like, boom? In what way? Make your computer explode? Because that seemed bad. Mostly because of the language barrier? What's your primary language? You know, it's kind of funny. Brian Becklew of Caves of Cud was saying that he says that the majority of the negative reviews they've gotten for Caves of Cud is that the game isn't translated into other languages, and he's just like, that would be like a full-time job for multiple language professors for multiple years. Not to mention like having to reprogram half of the game to be able to generate language with a different, you know, set of rules attached to it. Okay, well, Spanish isn't too bad because there is a wiki for Spanish Dwarf Fortress players. It's difficult to know what is happening. Oh, trust me, it's difficult to know what's happening in Dwarf Fortress if you speak English. Although I think that there are some partial translations on the, what do you call it? I'll say this. If you don't speak English as your primary language, I would recommend Premium Dwarf Fortress, because then at the very least you have a default graphics tile set that you can look at and kind of eyeball and guess what things are. Instead of having to like use descriptions. But there are several mods that change the descriptions and like the static text into different languages. If you think that might help you, that exists. Okay, so you're now putting that sword into place. So I would say that. I mean, it's just like I wouldn't really recommend you play Dwarf Fortress Classic if you happen to be colorblind, right? Like because like Classic looks like this, right? So if you're colorblind, I wouldn't recommend you play this. Because good luck. And as much as I like the way Dwarf Fortress can look with that stuff, is awesome. But you do kind of have to realize that it's not going to be that accessible in some cases. And language is one of those cases. It's just a pain in the ass. You love ASCII? Eh, I like ASCII a lot. ASCII's cool. It's very aesthetically pleasing. I played a German copy of Zelda as a kid and had to get a dictionary. Oh, that's neat. You know, a lot of people I knew growing up did that with, what do you call it? Like anime and JRPGs. Imported anime and imported JRPGs. It's like, well, don't have the fan subs for this yet. Rip. That's cool. I mean, I partially learned how to read from video games, but that's not quite the same as learning another language. You guys are on another level from me, I'll say that. The guy who did a lot of the art for my Twitch channel, all the emotes and most of the emotes and the badges and a lot of the other stuff, he's Russian, and he learned to speak English playing video games, which is partially why he's such a sarcastic twit, but, you know, you gotta love him for it. Although, to be fair, I've learned, like, words from this game. Like, indefatigable? In what universe would I have learned the word indefatigable? Anyway, we've got some more migrants. Some peasants. That one's zany. Oh, shit, a surgeon. It's always useful to have a surgeon around. It's a member of the sinful doctrines. I'm sure that's fine. Talented weaponsmith. Good, good. You'll love to see it. To 32 Dwarf. Friend of yours only learned how to read English because he wanted to know what Magic the Gathering cards said. Okay. I mean, maybe that wasn't for the best, but at least it wasn't Warhammer. Let's do a barn owl, man. Oopsies, keep working. Done. Do I understand it all? Yeah, because I played old school DF in ASCII. I'll be honest with you, I don't know the UI so well in this with the graphics turned off, just because I don't play with it generally. But I recognize what's going on screen without any issue. In fact, I find a lot of the screen itself to be easier to follow. I find it way easier to tell which dwarves are happy and which ones aren't. Like, this guy being upset is way easier for me to spot at a glance than it is with the graphics turned on. So, like, this part of it, yeah, no, absolutely. The actual, like, UI symbols, it takes me a lot longer to play because, like, I'm looking for the ones with the graphics turned on right now because I'm rusty, I guess. But if I played with it, yeah, no, it's not an issue. So, not a fan of Warhammer. Not their business model. The aesthetic's fine. The Warhammer stuff looks really cool. But, you know, when we're talking about, like, whether or not it's more worth it to learn English because of Warhammer or Magic the Gathering, Magic the Gathering is less likely to bankrupt you. Not by a lot. Like, we're talking, like, the difference between buying the occasional scratch and win and, like, gambling your life savings on Bitcoin. But, like, you know, it'll still probably bankrupt you eventually. I was basically being sarcastic. That's all. It was an attempt at sarcasm. Like, it's the difference between plastic crack and plastic heroin, I guess. Paper crack and plastic heroin? Anyway, whatever. Bad analogies. True, yes, it takes up less space. I instead just decide to, like, stick to cheap hobbies like owning a bicycle. Cheap hobbies. Yes, definitely. You can always make your own plastic heroin might be my favorite thing I've seen in my chat today. I mean, theoretically, you can make your own paper hair, your own Magic the Gathering stuff too. Can't be that difficult. Just get a nice printer and print some cards. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah, there is that, like, legend of Dwarf Fortress where if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, you'll know enough about geology to be able to pass a high school class in geology, because apparently there was some kid who'd been playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress and wasn't paying any attention to any of their, like, homework or, like, studies at school, and then literally just based off of Dwarf Fortress memory, just, like, guessworked their way through, like a geology class, which I believe. Also, somebody who's a ringleader showed up in my fort. I just want to know what your real name is. No, you're not lying about your name. That's surprising. Competent blowgunner, are we? Steel blow darts, damn, dude. Guy's not fucking around. What are you doing here? Well, they're here to sing songs and listen to the tunes. It's okay, Celeroni in YouTube chat. You don't need to comprehend this game fully. You just need to know enough to make your dwarves beer, beds, and biscuits. And the fortress will function more or less fine until something horrible happens. And then you sit back, laugh, and chuckle, and then do it again. Unironically got you into geology. Dwarf Fortress has almost unironically made me into a crystals guy. You left both hobbies, so you're free. I'm going to ask you a question, Shutterbug. What is your hobby that you have left, then? Do you have any hobbies? Fondness after speaking with an acquaintance, eh? Are you trying to build a gang in my fort? Team of has almost got you making soap. Okay, that's a step too far. That requires an intervention. Dwarf Fortress has gotten me referring to grilled cheese sandwiches as lavish meals, though. It's a criminal of unknown civilization. Uh-huh. As an outcast member of the Slick Hands and the leader of the Slick Hands. You're way too high to use your oven? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Was that a bird I saw? Nope. You're down here telling stories. Bored after being able to wander for too long. All right, well. Chat room, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. And as we've talked about several times today, I got some videos I need to edit. I also told somebody I'd be done by 4 so I could look at a thing, so my dad's probably expecting a phone call from me. So I'm going to call it for the day. Sorry. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Pacific, I will turn the Twitch stream back on. We'll chill for a bit, and then we'll pick this fort up. We'll finish making these suits of armor, and then we'll run some adventures. And for the YouTube chat, 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow is when the stream will turn back on. Stream ends. Well, fortunately, because you're watching, you can actually scroll back to the beginning of the VOD if you want. But if you want to raid somebody with us here, Twitch, stick around, because we're going to go raid somebody who's playing a video game. Maybe Dwarfs, maybe something else, depending on who's on. And, yeah, we can, we raided that guy once before, and the other guy's speaking Spanish. Hey, chat. You guys want to raid a Dwarf Fortress stream or Project Zomboid stream? I'm kind of leaning a Project Zomboid stream because then I can help out a friend, but I'm curious as to what you guys would like to watch. But, yeah, YouTube chat. If you want to make my day, I have a website where if you sign up for it, you will get my newsletter, which will include updates on when videos are coming out soon. There's a link right there. And Twitch chat, there's a link if you want it. All right. Shutting you down now, YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. See you on the flip. Take care of yourselves. All right, the YouTube stream is now shut down. My behind-the-scenes recording is now done. I have a video I need to try and get done tonight. I haven't eaten anything for lunch. I don't know if you guys noticed. I kind of forgot. It's one of those days. But, hey, Twitch chat. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for watching. It's nice to have a crowd of people here. We had some good chats today. I didn't get abnormally mad at anything, I don't think, which is good. Better than last week. That being said, it is time for us to spin up that record for the good old raid and ditch. So what I want you guys to do is grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat while I go grab some music.